live. Okay. Your ID badges are here. When I call your name, please raise your hand and I'll get you your ID badge. Lori? Is Lori here yet? Lori? No, Lori? Kendra?
Here.
Kendra?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jamie?
Here.
Jamie. I'm going to get my exercise today. Jasmine?
Here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jordan? Jordan's here? No Jordan yet. Okay. Catherine? Catherine here? Not yet. Ricky?
Here.
Good morning, Ricky.
Good morning.
Megan?
Here.
Good morning, Megan. Sahar?
Here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Good. Tanaya? Tanaya here? No? Okay. Brittany?
Right here.
Oh, that's easy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Korea? LaShagra? Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did.
Good. Aaliyah? Did I say that right?
Yes.
Good. And Nadine? Nadine? Did I not call you? Or you've got a badge. Okay. Did I call everybody? Does everybody have a badge? Okay. All right. Welcome. Look at that. I'm right on time. That will never happen again. I am chronically late for everything. Okay. We're going to give everybody just 1 or 2 more minutes. That clock says we still have 1 minute. And then we'll get started. I'm going to pass around an email list. How many of you got my email, my welcome email? Good. Very good. Okay. This just confirms that we have the correct email for you. If it's correct and your name is spelled correctly, because I do typos occasionally. So make sure your name is spelled correctly. Your email address is correct. If it is, just write okay here. That way I know you've seen it. If it's not, correct it in this space. That way I make sure that your name is spelled correctly everywhere and that you get the wrap-up emails, okay? Come on in. Good morning. Good morning. You can come in and have a seat anywhere where there's books. And if you can find your ID badge here. Good morning. If you can find your ID badge on that table and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. Okay.
My name's not on here.
Your name is not on there.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I missed you somehow. Can you write it in on one of those blank lines, please? Thank you. Did you get an email from us?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. Yeah, write everything in for me. You've got a badge, so I know you're supposed to be here, but somehow I missed that. Okay. Caitlin. Caitlin, if you are on, can you just check to make sure that I am transmitting? Send me a message through Slack, please. Let me know if you can see and hear me. So we'll do a quick mic check here. Good. Awesome. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Patricia Laramie. I am an RN, and I am going to talk for the next 4 hours straight. This is designed to be easy. I've done all the work for you. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake, and you'll get through this, okay? I'm going to teach you in a way that makes it very intuitive, very easy to learn. You're not going to have to work hard at this, okay? But that doesn't mean you're not going to have to work at it. There are some things that you will have to do, primarily practice. And we're going to talk about that as we go through the program as well, okay? But the knowledge, what I'm going to teach you, I'm going to make it super easy. But I am going to talk for 4 hours. And chances are you're not going to get every single word that I say, right? Your brain is going to kind of float off into the atmosphere here and there. So everything that I'm doing in here is being broadcast. So it's broadcast live, but you will also, at the end of class today, you're going to get an email and it's going to give you a link to the replay. So you can replay this as often as you want to be able to review the information. Okay. As you can see, we have on-screen graphics and you can actually see these on the replay. What you see on this TV screen is exactly what shows up on the live stream. It's also helpful if for some reason you can't come to class. Something catastrophic happens, you have a flat tire, you know, your cat gets sick, something like that, and you can't come to class, you can watch through the live stream, and that way you're not missing the content that I'm presenting. Okay, sound good? So 2 ways. Of course, coming to class, always best. But if you can't, joining us through the live stream is certainly a way to get caught up. Now, the neat thing about the live stream, because it is live, this platform that I'm using, when you type a comment into YouTube, my assistant, Caitlin, who's helping us out, she will actually put the question up on the screen. So good morning. Good morning. If you can find your ID badge here and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. So you can ask questions. You can interact with other students that are in the live stream. Right now we have, how many do we have on, Caitlin? Oh, we got 12 on. So 12 people are joining us right now. It'll go up, you know, as the class progresses. We are being watched from all over the world. We are way bigger than Spring Hill. We really are. This time last year, we actually hit our 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're now close to 150. We've got 35 million views. We're the #1 CNA channel on YouTube. I know it's hard to believe, little old Spring Hill, right? But we are utilized by schools, colleges, hospital systems, Job Corps, all kinds of organizations use our book, which you're going to see in a few minutes, the book, our videos and the live streams. And we also have a lot of other resources I'll be telling you about as we go through the program. Okay. So that's what all of this is about. It allows you to remote in if you need to. It allows you to review when you need to. And it allows people to be able to access it from outside of the classroom that aren't enrolled, but still get that same education that they need to pass the test. So everybody good with that? We are here Mondays and Wednesdays, not Tuesdays. It's not Monday through Wednesday. Please be aware of that. Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 1 for 4 weeks. The first 2 weeks, I talk nonstop for 4 hours. I just keep going. But I've taken all the notes for you. You don't even have to take notes. I've done it all for you. Like I said, just stay reasonably awake. First class is the most important class. So I'll get to that in just a few minutes. And then after 4 weeks, you're done, but you can still come in here and practice. This room, good morning. Come on in. Good morning. If you can find your ID badge here and then just have a seat. So we have a seat right there for you. You have this room available to you for practice on Mondays and Wednesdays, class days, from the time that we end up until 4 p.m. Okay. After graduation, when you're all done and you're graduated out, you can still come in and practice for the next month from 2 to 4. Okay. Sound good? So remember I said you will have some work to do. I'm going to make it easy. Not hard work, but you will have some work to do. All right. So you will get wrap-up emails after each class, and you're going to have access to the online course, which we're going to get to in a little while. So this is just kind of an overview of what this course presents. And of course, my name is Patricia Laramie. I am an RN. If you can't remember my name, it's right here on the book. It is also on the syllabus at the very top of the syllabus, along with my email address. So you can reach me by email. I will tell you though, I am very busy, very fractured. If you send me an email, please give me some time to answer it. I don't check my emails as often as I should. I was literally working on this at 5 o'clock this morning. So I had to redo some slides here. All right, so this is the book that we're going to be working out of. This is the book that you have in front of you. This is your book. You can write in it. You can make notes in it. This is yours. The yellow book we'll talk about a little bit later today. I'll explain to you what that one is. It is not yours. Please don't write in it. You will return it on the last day of class. But this one is yours. Those of you who are joining us from virtual world, you need this book in order to keep up with the class. If you have not ordered the book, you need to order the book. Make sure that you go to our website, courses.foryourcna.com/shop, and it will, you'll be able to order the book. We send them out the same day, so you can keep up with us. So if you don't have the book, you need it. You guys all have the book. All right, so we are going to start this class with a video. Now, I'm doing this early because I'm hoping that I have your attention early. If you fall asleep on anything else, I can forgive you. This video is the one thing you don't want to fall asleep for. It is going to lay the foundation for everything that's going to come after this, okay? It's about a 15-minute video. It's done in a cartoon style. It's me. It's my voice. It's my animations. It's my graphics. It's all me. But sometimes a picture really is worth 1,000 words. And I could stand here and tell you all this, but the video does a much better job of laying it out visually for you. Okay, so we're going to watch this video. And it's going to be on skill rules. The notes for this are on page 18 of your spiral book. Like I said, you don't even have to take notes in this class. I've done all that for you. So page 18 are going to provide the notes for this video. Okay, so let me go over here. Whoops. I gotta do this. Let me go over here and get the video started. Plan and the CNA. Why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA. Hold on a minute, guys. I don't know why that's not working. Okay, give me a second. Technical difficulties. Online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills. Just when you think you've got it down.
do.
Of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care. Okay, that's not going to work.
Where the sound wires are, where the arches coming out, could be a little loose maybe.
It's because it's actually being played from Caitlin's computer. There's an issue there. So that's what I have to figure out here. Try that. If not, I do have another option. Questions and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. Okay, let's try that. Always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job, because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the Activities of Daily Living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care.
Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs, bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation. Since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication, this is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days, and she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report. It may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
All right, any questions on that? CNAs follow
The care plan.
the care plan. What do you do if you can't follow the care plan?
Go to the nurse.
Yeah. So that's it. That's CNA. That's it. Everything you need to know to pass the test, you just learned. Easy, right? It's like a huge game of Simon Says. If the care plan doesn't tell you to do something, can you do it? No. If the care plan tells you to do it, you do it. If you don't do it, you're out. Right? So it really is that simple. Now, we have to learn how to do the skills. Yes. That's a part of what we're going to learn. But if you don't get this part down, the rest of it doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So if you go to page 89 of your book, you can see a lesson on activities of daily living. And this is kind of important because this is what we do. CNAs help patients with things that they normally would do themselves. We call them activities of daily living. So you woke up this morning, I'm assuming, because you're here, right? And you got out of bed all by yourself. And you probably went to the bathroom because that's the first thing that most people do when they get up out of bed, right? And then you probably did some eating or bathing or grooming. You definitely got dressed because you're not here in your pajamas, although scrubs kind of feel like pajamas. They are really still clothes. You did all of that yourself. You didn't need any help from anybody else. Congratulations. Good job. But what if you woke up this morning and you weren't able to do those things yourself? You would need some help. Now, the first person we're going to call is mom, right? That's number one on the list. Mom, come help. But what if mom wasn't there? Or what if there was no mom? Then you're probably going to rely on the people in your family, siblings or significant other, or even kids, right? You would have somebody in your family unit helping you. But what if you didn't have one? Well, you might call a friend. Have to be a really close friend. In extreme situations, you might call a neighbor, but you're going to need some help from somebody, right? Well, as CNAs, we are the somebody, and we happen to get paid for it. So we help people with mobility, getting out of bed, getting where they need to go. We help them with toileting. We help them with eating, with bathing, with grooming, and even with socialization. Those are all things that we do. It's not all we do, but there are things that we do. And here's the problem. If nobody is doing those things, the rest of the things don't matter. So imagine for a second that you broke both of your legs. Horrible day, right? You're laying in bed and nobody is helping you with toileting. Nobody. Doctors come in, talk about surgery and casts and rehab and all of those things, but nobody's helping you with toileting. Do you care about the rest of that stuff? No, absolutely not. You have to have your basic needs met. And that's what CNAs do. And that's why CNAs are so important, because the patient isn't going to care about all the rest of that stuff if they haven't been fed in 4 days. Right? Make sense? So what CNAs do is extremely important. But we have to have some guidelines on how to do them to make sure that we're providing the best care possible for that patient. Good? Okay. So now we understand our role. So the activities of daily living, or ADLs, is really what CNAs focus on. Yes, we help nurses with other things as well, vital signs and range of motion and those types of things. But the majority of what we do is helping our patients with things that they would normally do for themselves, but for right now can't. Mobility, bathing, dressing, grooming, toileting, eating, socialization. And yes, that is part of ADLs. Okay, so this is what we do. So this lesson, page 89, tells you a little bit about ADLs. And you can go back and read that on your own. We'll be talking about it in class as well. All right, so this you saw in the video. And again, it's on page 18. So this you saw in the video. And this is just kind of a recap. So the RN does an assessment. Now, let's say that this lady comes into our facility and I'm the RN and I'm going to do an assessment head to toe and figure out what's wrong with her and what we're going to do about it. And sure, I'm going to look at ADLs because I know she's going to need to eat. She's going to need to toilet and, all of those things. So I'm going to look at her ADLs. As a nurse, though, I'm also going to look beyond that. I'm going to look at her lab values. I'm going to look at her nutritional needs for healing. I'm going to coordinate with dietary and with physical therapy. And I got all that other stuff to do too. But part of what I'm going to do is figure out what kind of help she needs with her ADLs. And then I'm going to write it all down. And I'm going to put it into a care plan. And that care plan is going to tell you what to do with that patient. Now, remember, that patient is different from the one over there and the one around the corner and the one down the hall. They're all different. So this person's care plan is going to be specialized specifically for them. I'm going to write it all down. And that tells you exactly what to do. So you read the care plan, you do those tasks. So you go in, you help the patient with whatever's on the care plan. But while you're in there, you notice things. You smell something funny. You see something that's not quite right. You hear the patient say something that somebody probably should know about. Right? You make observations. Now, observations are going to be all of your senses. Whatever, well, except for taste. Please don't taste your patients. Okay? But whatever you see and hear and smell and feel is going to be reported to the nurse. Things like their skin is warm and red, or the patient feels cold and clammy. Right? So even feeling, the skin is very rough and scaly. So feeling, things that you smell. The patient smells like grape Kool-Aid. What's up with that? That's kind of weird. Well, there is a bacteria that actually causes a smell of grape Kool-Aid. So if you come to me as the nurse and say, hey, I was doing some care on that patient and I was getting like a grape Kool-Aid vibe going on. What's up with that? I'm immediately going to call the doctor and ask for a culture because we probably have Pseudomonas on board. Okay. So even things you smell that may, in your mind, not really mean a whole lot, to the nurse, they will. Make sense? Good. So you report that to the nurse, and then the nurse is going to take that information and modify the care plan based on the new information. So that means that this thing is going to be changing all the time. But it's not going to change if you aren't a part of the system. If you aren't reporting your observations, there's nothing for me to change because I don't know about it. So this means that you're going to have to work in close communication with the nurses you work with. Does that make sense? Now, I can't overstate this. This is super important, okay? Let's say that you're my CNA and I'm the nurse, and you don't tell me anything. You just go in, you do your job, and you don't like me, and you're just not going to talk to me. And, we have a adversarial situation going on here. Who do you think is going to suffer in that scenario? Do you think it's going to be me? It's the patient. That's right. That's exactly right. So if you are working in a setting where it's you versus the nurses, please be aware there's nobody versus whatever's trying to kill that patient then. We are totally on the wrong field here. It needs to be you and the nurse versus whatever's trying to kill this patient. So if you find yourself in a setting where it's adversarial, where you're not getting along with the nurse, you're going to report things and they're not listening to you, it's a bad situation. You need to either move to another floor or another shift or another place. Don't stay in a place where it's adversarial, because the person that's going to suffer from that will always be the patient. Always. I really, with all of my heart, wish that I could stand here and tell you that every nurse you work with is going to be fantastic. I wish I could tell you that. It's not the case. It's just not. And we have to be realistic about that. Okay. But the better CNA you are, the better relationship you'll have with your nurse, because they will understand that they can rely on you. Okay. And the information that I give you is designed to help you form that good relationship with the nurse. In my career, there were CNAs that I would absolutely change my schedule to work with. Yep. Oh, I want that CNA. I'm taking that shift. Yeah, that's a good CNA. Absolutely. And there were also CNAs that when I saw them on the schedule, I'm like, nope, don't want that shift. Absolutely not. So you are going to play a huge part in how the quality of care that your patient gets from the entire team. They really should pay us more. Right? They really should. All right. So everybody understand the care planning process? Does anybody have any questions on this? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Go to page 20. We're going to find out. Go to page 20. Now, this is your book. You get to write in this book. You can eBay it. You can burn it. Do whatever you want to with it. It is yours. That means that you can write in it to do this activity. So page 20 has 8 questions and 4 care plans. So I want you to take the next 10 minutes and do this activity. Most of you will be able to get this done before 10 minutes. So go ahead and read these questions and answer them based on the care plans provided. Anybody need a pen? Anybody need a pen? Pencil? Yeah, it's yours. Lipstick? I don't know if I have a pencil, but I do have a pen. Go ahead and take a few minutes to answer these questions. When you're done with the questions, put your pens or pencils or writing instruments down. That way I know who's still working. pretty easy, right? I know the class overfilled, so I had to kind of get creative with the.
Do you normally have
chairs.
this many people?
I usually cut it off at 12, and then I extended it to 14. And if you look around, there's 16. But yeah, I ran out of chairs, so
So you had to stop.
had to stop. All right, everybody in good shape? I don't want to rush anyone. Everybody ready to move on? Yeah? Okay. So let's go back here. So let's look at this real quick. So question number 1 says, you received the displayed care plan. How far will you walk the patient? So what do you guys think? What did you pick? 10 steps? Yeah? How come it's not until the patient gets tired? That's the easy answer. Yeah, absolutely. It's not what the care plan says. Absolutely. So what if we get like 5 steps and the patient's like, nope, too tired, can't go on? Yeah, we're not going to be able to do 5 more. So who would we tell? The nurse. Starting to see this is pretty easy. We just read the instructions, we follow them, and if we can't, tell the nurse. So how hard can this test be, guys?
Is it like that on the exam when we take the exam?
We're going to talk about that in a little bit. We're going to talk a lot about the exam after the first break. Yep. I do give you guys a break, by the way. I forgot to tell you that. I give you 15 minutes. We will take a break in around 10:30, 10:45-ish. We'll take a 15-minute break. Other than that, I talk nonstop. Yes. You have it?
It was about the exam.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you a lot about the exam coming up. So you received the displayed care plan. What's required to assist this patient to stand? Why can't we just grab a walker? Not what the care plan said. Very good. Very good. You're starting to get this. Good. Let's go down here to number 7 here. What vital signs are you required to obtain? Pulse. Well, if we're in there, why can't we just take them all? Not what the care plan says. Now, number 8's particularly important. How long do you need to count this for?
1 minute.
Why? Easy answer. Care plan, right? Right? Easy answer. Okay, this skill, pulse, is one of the most failed skills on the exam. It is super easy. Super easy to take a pulse. In fact, I'm going to show you how on Wednesday. Super easy to take a pulse. Why is it the most failed skill on the exam? Let me explain. If you go onto YouTube and you type in how to take a pulse, there will be hundreds of videos that tell you how to take a pulse. Most of those videos will tell you to count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4. Because that's what we do in a clinical setting most of the time, right? So if you're watching those videos and you go to the test and this is the care plan you get and you count for 15 seconds and multiply by 4 like YouTube told you to, you are going to fail the test because the number you get doesn't matter. You might be absolutely perfect on your number, but the number that you get is not what's important here. What's important is, did you follow the care plan? That is what the skills test is all about. Did you read and follow this list of instructions? If they didn't call it a care plan, if they called it a list of instructions, people would follow it. But because we call it a care plan, people just kind of gloss over it and move on and do the things the way they want to do them. We can't do that. So, would it be helpful for you if I could give you the testing care plans? You know, the ones you're going to get on the test? Yes. Wouldn't you like that? If you knew exactly what that care plan was going to say before you got there, wouldn't that be awesome? Well, there they are. Those are the testing care plans. The actual ones that you are going to get on the state exam. So if you get pulse, that is what the care plan is going to say. Patient's going to be lying in bed for the skill, take the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record your readings. That is what your care plan will say. But those are only 4. And we have to learn how to do 21. You want the rest of them? Turn in your books to page 25. These are the actual testing care plan sets that you will get for the exam. Now, we're going to go over the test in detail after the first break. I'm going to explain to you all about this. But for right now, I need you to know that they're in your book. And you can read them at any time. Okay? So that takes some of the mystery out of it. So now we know that the care plan is developed by the nurse, right? And it gives the CNAs tasks to perform. And CNAs have to follow the care plan, right? We also know that for the test, we're going to get some care plans and we're going to follow those exactly. And if we want to know what those care plans are going to say, they're located on page 25. Good? Is everybody good so far? Am I going too fast for anybody? No? Okay. All right. So this class, this course, is going to focus on something called principles. Okay. You can actually see the principles on the back wall here. We're going to learn all of those, starting with the first one. Well, let's go back. Sorry. Let's go back here. Starting with the first one. So skill rules. And this is how easy it is to learn those principles, right? You're going to follow along with this, and you're going to prove to me that you already know skill rules. So we performed the skill as directed on the care plan. We followed the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. What are we going to do while we're performing the care plan? Observe. And then we're going to report all of our observations to the RN. So you now know the very first principle. 1 down, 10 to go. Easy peasy. We're going to learn 2 more today. And then on Wednesday, we'll learn a couple more. And then on Monday, we'll learn a couple more. And then we're going to start putting them all together and making skills out of them. So think of the principles like building blocks. Okay? We learn it once and we're going to reuse it over and over and over and over again. And by teaching you the skills this way, it actually becomes super easy for you to learn them. You're not learning 21 individual skills with tons of steps. You're just learning 11 principles that we're going to use interchangeably. Good? Okay, questions? All right. So let's go to page 22 and talk about our scope of practice. A scope of practice is nothing more than legally telling you what you are allowed to do and not allowed to do. That's a scope of practice. Okay. Now, a scope of practice is a legal principle, though. It is going to be defined by your state statutes, by your administrative codes, and by your employers. So just because the state of Florida says that you can be trained to remove catheters, your employer may say, not here. We don't want you to have that kind of responsibility here. Okay. So your scope of practice is going to be framed by state rule or state laws, state rules, and employer mandates. Make sense? It's important that you understand this because you're going to work in a lot of different places as a CNA. CNA is not the kind of job where you go to work at 18, you retire at 57 from the same place, and you get a gold watch. It doesn't work like that. CNAs move around a lot, usually chasing the best pay or the best hours. You'll have different criteria for figuring out where you want to work. But it's important that you understand that just because you were allowed to do something at one place doesn't mean that you're going to be allowed to do that at the next place, because the employers are going to assume responsibility for everything you do. The nurses you work with are assuming responsibility for everything you do. CNAs don't have liability. Okay? Because of that, the employer and the nurses have a say in what they are willing to delegate. Does that make sense? Okay. So it's important that you understand that your scope of practice really involves following the care plan. That's right. Because if a facility doesn't let you do something, the nurse isn't going to put it in the care plan. You can't walk into a patient and go, yeah, I know how to take catheters out. I'm just going to go ahead and take yours out. It's not on the care plan. We can't do it, right? So we have to kind of understand that this system exists to keep everybody in their lane and to make sure that at the end of all of this patient gets out of here alive, which is kind of the whole goal, especially if I'm the patient, please, right? So page 22 tells you all about your scope of practice. But that's a whole lot of reading. I'm not a big fan. I wrote it all, but not a big fan of a whole lot of reading. So I made this easy. Okay. That's what I do. I stay up at night thinking of ways to make this easy. And what I came up with was this. You can actually see it over here on the wall. This poster. This poster is your scope of practice. At the base of everything, the foundation we stand on is the care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So that keeps us very firmly on our foundation. We never stray from that foundation. But we need some walls to kind of keep us in place, some guidelines to follow. So one of our guidelines is CNAs do normal. What does that mean? CNAs do normal. What does that even mean? Well, it can really be defined as routine tasks, right, on stable patients. Routine tasks on stable patients that you have been trained to do. So none of you guys have been trained on how to do mouth care yet. We haven't got to that skill. So if I asked you, hey, can you do mouth care on this patient? You haven't been trained. Therefore, it is not normal. So what would you tell me? No, I haven't been trained for that. Now I can train you. That's fine. But routine tasks on stable patients that you have been trained to do. Normal. If we got a patient who is currently coding, that is not your patient. That is not a stable patient. If I ask you to do a tracheotomy, that is not a routine task. So all three of these things have to be in place. Routine tasks on stable patients that you have been trained, a task that you have been trained to do. Make sense? CNAs do normal. But how do you do that normal? That's what you're here to find out, right? You got to learn how to do these skills. And yeah, we're going to get the skills. You got a long way to go first. Okay. How do you do these skills? Well, the skills are actually done in a very specific way according to the principles that we're going to learn And those principles are going to guide our performance. So the principles are going to tell you how to do the skills. Care plan tells you what to do. CNAs do normal, make sure that you're in your lane. The principles tell you how to do it. So you start to see our house forming. And above it all, more important than anything else, it's all about the patient. That's right. This is super important. Don't get so wrapped up in your own head that you forget that this is a live human. And that happens a lot in learning because you're focused on the steps. Oh my gosh, I can't remember how many washcloths do I need? What's my next step? I forgot to do this, right? You're focused on the steps. But don't get so focused on those steps that you forget that there's a live human under here. So we've got to rearrange your thinking a little bit during this class to make sure that you're paying attention to the human and not the steps. It's always about the patient. Good? And then, of course, we report everything to the RN, right? Because we are nothing more than an extension of them. As a nurse, everything that goes on with that patient is my responsibility, right? When I go in and I do the care plan, I'm going to write on there the patient needs mouth care. I'm going to write on there that the patient needs assistance to the toilet. I'm going to write on there that the patient needs to be fed meals. I'm going to write on there that the patient needs vital signs every 4 hours. It's a whole lot of tasks to do. Now, if I've got 8 patients, and all of those things need to be done with all of my patients, and I still have to monitor lab work, hang IVs, write up care plans for other patients, coordinate with other disciplines. I'm not going to have time to brush your teeth. So I need a helper. I need somebody I can say, hey, you know how to brush teeth? Come here. Can you brush your teeth for me? Right? To free my time up to do the other things. So you are an extension of the nurse that you're working with. So everything you know, they need to know. Good? Make sense? Starting to see your scope of practice? That defines your scope of practice much quicker. Okay? And that's why it's up front and you guys stare at it all day. Okay? You will also get a worksheet at the end of class today that will have you fill this out as well. Okay? So at the end of every class, I give you worksheets. They're also, for those of you joining us virtually, the worksheets are also on our courses website, courses.foryourcna.com. Under each lesson, you can see the review sheets. You guys can print them off and use them as well. I just redid these review sheets yesterday, by the way. All right. Questions? Okay, so let's talk about delegation. So if I got this whole list of things that I need done with these patients, she needs mouth care, needs assistance to the toilet, needs to be fed, right? All these tasks that need to be done. I'm sorry, this is on page 14. If I've got all these tasks that need to be done, and I need a helper to do them, as the nurse, I have to know which tasks I can delegate. And there's actually, this is part of nursing school. We have to learn this. And there's actually 5 criteria that must be met before I can delegate something. Has to be a routine task, on a stable patient. Where have we heard that before? Right? It has to be something that I can legally do in order to delegate it. Like I can't do a tracheostomy. I can't ask you to do one. Right? I have to make sure that the person that I'm delegating it to has been trained to do that task. And I also have to make sure that there's no judgment required. They have all the supplies they need. I can't say, hey, can you go in and put a catheter in? Use whatever size you want. Can't do that, right? I got to make sure that all of the decisions have been made. I can say, have you been trained to put catheters in? Yes. Okay, I need you to go put a size 16 French urinary catheter in with a 10 cc balloon. Okay. Specific. Make sense? You don't need to know all that. That's all done up here in the RN brain, but you do need to know that there is a process that they have to adhere to. Okay. Not everything can be delegated. And even though I can delegate some things, there are some things that as a nurse, I'm not going to because I'm not comfortable with somebody else doing that task. I want to do it because I'm going to be making observations while I do that task. Remember, you are an extension of the nurse. So there's going to be some things that even though you're trained to do and you know how to do, they may keep that for themselves for certain patients that they feel need a little bit more judgment or a little bit more care. Good? Makes sense? So this is kind of a fluid situation, isn't it? That's why we have to have the care plan because every patient's going to be a little different. Good? Questions? So the next question is, well, what if the nurse asks me to do something and I don't know if I'm allowed to do it? Am I even allowed to do that? And this is a question that comes up a lot. Now, I'm plugged into a whole bunch of CNA groups on Facebook. And every day there's questions on this. Well, the nurse asked me to do this. Can I do that? And everybody chimes in, well, not in Indiana. Well, we do that in Pennsylvania. And everybody kind of missed the whole point. What does the care plan say? Right? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Okay, so the answer to this question, am I allowed to do that, really is centered here. Is it on the care plan? Got to know, right? Is it a routine task on a stable patient? Have I been trained to do it? Are there principles that I can use while I'm doing this task? And is it in the best interest of the patient? Now, if the answer is no to any of those, you're free to say, nope, not me. Don't know how, haven't been trained. That patient's not stable. Perfectly okay. That is within your right. But if it's a routine task and a stable patient and you haven't been trained, you don't know how, you would let the nurse know that, hey, I don't know how to do that. I haven't been trained on that yet. Training doesn't have to be in a classroom. I can grab you and say, oh, you've never done that? Come with me. And I can show you right there at the bedside and train you. Okay, so don't be afraid to pick up new skills. It makes you much more valuable, not just to the organization and the nurse, but also to the patient. Good? Remember, training doesn't have to be in a classroom. Now, it can be. More and more facilities now have educational coordinators because they want to make sure everybody's trained equally. Have you guys ever had a teacher that was like not really a teacher? Right? I had a teacher once that did this. This guide will contain puzzle pieces, which are basic principles that are featured. That is not teaching, right? Not teaching. Reading a book to you is not teaching. There are some nurses out there that think training is handing somebody a piece of paper. That is not training, right? So in order to establish consistency, educational coordinators often take on that training role to make sure everybody is trained the same way. But nurses can still do it at the bedside. Okay, good. So let's talk a little bit about liability now. It's on page 15 of your book. So this comes up a lot, right? I don't want to be liable. I don't want to lose my CNA license. And I hear that a lot. Don't do that. You'll lose your license. Think of liability like an umbrella, right? It's there or I'm sorry, think of the care plan like an umbrella. It's there to protect you from liability. As long as you're operating under the care plan and within your little safe house, your scope of practice, you have zero liability. None. No liability at all. But the minute you step out and you start doing things on your own without being told to, you are outside of your umbrella. Now you are liable. Because remember, the RN is liable for that patient, everything about that patient. And if I ask you to go do something, you're doing it under my authority. I'm accepting the liability for it. But if you walk into a room and decide the patient needs something and you go grab a walker, even though it's not on the care plan, who's liable for it? Do you think I'm going to take liability for you thinking on your own and making decisions? You think I'm going to take liability for that? No, not a chance. So if you are outside of the care plan, you are now in open waters. So what do you think you should do when you're out there working?
Follow the care plan.
Follow the care plan. Easy, right? Okay. Let's talk about the exam. This is going to be on page 12. We got a whole bunch of stuff to learn about the exam. But the first thing that we need to understand is that we are going to follow the care plan, right? That is 90% of your exam. Written and skills, both, is all about following the care plan. If you've got that concept down, you could not come to the rest of the classes and still figure out how to pass the test. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, I totally forgot housekeeping things. Hold on, time out real quick. Housekeeping. Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right. Feel free to go anytime you need to. Fire marshal tells me I have to tell. I don't know why. It's a small room. You can see the exit. But if there's a fire, go out that door. If that door doesn't work, there's another one in the back. Go out that door. But if you do go out the back door, don't make a left. You'll run into a fence. We'll help you in an emergency. Out the back to the right. And unlock the door before you go out. Otherwise, you can't get back in. Okay. I usually open this room about 5 to 10 minutes before class. If you're an early bird, go get coffee. I won't be here. Okay. 5 to 10 minutes before class is when I open. And you will be allowed to stay in class up until 4 o'clock to be able to practice. Now, you probably won't do that the first week. You don't have anything to practice yet. Class is over at 1. I won't be here, but the room will be open for you. Okay. We will take a break somewhere around 10:30, 10:45. And if you're late coming back for break, it's okay. I'm not that kind of a teacher, guys. I'm not. I'm easy and laid back. Just whenever you come in, try to keep the noise at a minimum so that I don't lose train of thought. Good. Cell phones should be off or on silent because I have so much to tell you. And my brain just kind of flitters away when I'm distracted. So cell phones off or on vibrate, that helps me a lot.
Sorry, you did say on the first day of class, the other payment if you didn't get a full.
Yes, on the break, we're going to have a break in a little bit. I will make an announcement then. Anybody that still owes the other half, see me on break and I'll take care of that for you. Okay. All right. So the CNA exam, like I said, it's on page 12. Like I said, you guys have about 90% of the information that you need. The rest of it is all details. Now, this is when the devil is in the details. This is when we really get into the nitty gritty of it. But before we get into all of that, I want to give you kind of a high level overview of the state exam. So you can kind of understand what it entails and how the strategies I'm going to give you to be able to pass it. So that's what we're going to concentrate on now. And of course, I took notes for you. They're on page 12 of your book. You can read them at your leisure, but we're going to go through all of that now. Let's talk about testing day. So our closest testing center is in Tampa. I know it's a little bit far. There's actually 2 testing centers in Tampa. There's one just off the Parkway which is the easiest one to get to by the airport. The other one is on the other side of Tampa, like way over by Busch Gardens. So wherever you live, you can pick the one closest to you. But our closest center is in Tampa. Now, on testing day, you will be testing with 7 other strangers, not the people in this room. You will not be testing with your classmates. That's because this is a regional test site. They test people from all over our geographic area, and testing appointments are based on when you are cleared to test. So you two may register at the same time on the same day, but you get a test date that's a week earlier than hers because of clearance issues. And we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. But you'll be testing with 7 strangers. Okay. Good so far? When you go into the testing center, you need to be there no later than 8:30. 8:31 is late, and they will not let you in. Okay. So no later than 8:30. When you go into the testing center, you can't take any study material in. You can't take any electronic devices, so no cell phones, no smartwatches, no iPads, nothing like that. The only things that you can take in with you is your test admission letter, your keys, and 2 forms of ID. Let's talk about these 2 forms of ID for a second. The IDs need to be non-expired. That's number 1. If it's expired, it doesn't work. So make sure your IDs are up to date. One of them has to have a photo and a signature. It's like your driver's license, or a state ID card, or a passport, or a military ID. Those are all government issued with a photo and a signature. So that's number 1. The second form of ID doesn't have to have a picture, but it still has to have a signature. So like your Social Security card or a debit credit card, something like that that has your name on it and a place for a signature that you have signed. Good? 2 forms of ID to prove that you are you. Now, both of those IDs have to match. The names on them have to match. So if you have a driver's license that has 4 names on it, because you've got 2 middle names, and you have a Social Security card that only has 3 names on it, they do not match. Got it? The names on both. I know this is going to mess some of you guys up. I know.
I have 2 middle names, and on my ID it has my 2 middle names, but on my card it has like the initials. Does that count, or does it not?
I can't answer that. I would contact Prometric and just verify, as long as the initial, because I know the middle names don't have, I know that initials are okay as long as both of them are listed. It should, but I hesitate to definitively say, yes, you'll be fine. I would call Prometric and find out. Or you could just go to your bank and get a new card with all of the names, and then that solves the problem. Okay. Back to housekeeping real quick. I forgot to tell you this. This room only has 2 temperatures. That's it. We get 2 to pick from, cold or hot. Take your pick. I know it's getting a little bit warmer in here. Do you guys want me to turn the air on? No, you guys are good? Okay. All right. When you want the air on, let me know. It'll get cold and then I'll shut it off. It doesn't regulate real well. All right. So on testing day, we go in, we leave our cell phones in the car. If you're being dropped off and you take your cell phone in, they will have you lock it up in a locker. Okay. But we're going to leave as much in the car as we can. We're going to take our test admission letter. If you can't print it out, that's okay. Your keys and your 2 forms of ID. Good. No study material. In the testing center, there's going to be 3 rooms. One of them is a waiting room where everybody's going to gather. There's 2 additional rooms. One of them is a clinical skills room where you will demonstrate your skills. And then you will have a written computer room for the written test. Okay. We call it written, but you're not actually writing. It's all computerized.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have a learning disability now. Will they extend the time on the
There
test?
is on the application, okay, on the application, there is a place to request ADA accommodations. So you would check that box. There's a whole application you have to print out and take to your physician to have them fill out. Okay, so there's a whole process in place for that. There's 90 minutes for 60 questions. We're going to get to that in a minute. And you can ask for the test to be read to you by the computer. There's an oral aspect of it that it's just a box. You don't have to do the ADA thing for that if you want the computer to read it to you. Most people don't have any problem completing it within that 90 minutes, but there's a practice test that you can time yourself to see, whether you're going to need those accommodations. We'll get to that a little bit later in the program. Okay. So we have 3 rooms. We have a waiting room, you got a clinical skills room, and you've got a computer room. Good. It's important that you understand that, because when you go into test, do your skills test, you are not performing in front of everybody that is there waiting to test. Yeah, so they're rooms, they're actual physical rooms with doors that close so people can't see and hear what's happening. Good? That kind of takes some of the pressure off, doesn't it?
Is that split from the 90 minutes?
Yeah. So we'll talk about test timing for skills in a little bit. Okay. So 3 separate areas: waiting room where everybody gathers, clinical skills room when you're doing your clinical test, computer room for the written test. Good? All right. So you are in the waiting room with 7 other strangers. And when you go in, the evaluators are going to check you in. So you give them your 2 forms of ID, your test admission letter. They check you in. Yes, you're supposed to be here on this day. That's fantastic. Great job. Oh, guys, make sure you pay attention to your test date. I actually did this week. This just blows my mind that I did this because I'm so fractured and busy. So I had a dentist appointment on Wednesday of last week. I got there on Thursday. I'm here for my appointment. And they're like, you're a day late. No way. Yeah. They wouldn't see me because I didn't have an appointment. So what do you think's going to happen on test day if you show up a day late? Yeah. And you know what? They don't give refunds. So pay attention to this, guys. Pay attention. Make sure you are there on your testing day. So you come in, they check you in, they make sure that you are you. I hate that they have to do this. Let me tell you why they do this. About 10 years ago, there was a woman down in South Florida that you would pay her money and she would go take the test for you. Yeah. Guaranteed to pass. But in order to do that, now this is the part that all of this makes me sick, but this is the part that really, in order to do that, they had to verify ID, right? So let's say that you would come to me and you'd say, hey, Miss Patty, I really don't want to take that test. I'll give you $5,000 if you go take the test for me. And I would say, sure, no problem. Let me have your birth certificate. I would go down and I would get a social security card and a driver's license with my picture and her name. Now I have her identity. So you think I'm going to stop at that 5,000? No. Yeah, stupid, right? Stupid. So she got caught, obviously, right? Got caught. Went to jail. That's great. All the people that she took the test for had their licenses null and void. That's appropriate. And they can't ever get another one. That's appropriate too. Because if you're going to cheat on something like this, then you're going to cheat when you're taking care of my patients. It's an ethical problem, right? I'm fine with that too. No problem. But because of all of that, they now have to really make sure that you are you and not somebody else taking the test for you. So do you understand why they make you jump through these hoops? Yeah. Right? Okay. So you go in, they make sure that you are you, that today is your testing day. And while you're in there, they're going to ask you a couple of questions. We're going to get to those questions in just a few minutes, and then they're going to leave. In Florida, we have 2 RN evaluators. So 2 people are going to be watching you test. It's actually a checks and balances system. It's good for you. They're going to leave. And they're going to be gone for like 20 minutes. And you're going to be like, come on, let's get this thing started. I want to get, I'm nervous. Let's go. And you're going to be sitting there for like 20 minutes, just twiddling your thumb. Remember, you don't have anything to occupy you, right? So you end up talking to other people that are there to test. Don't do that. Do not make friends on testing day. And the reason is because in that waiting room, like nerves are like sky high, and people are going to start talking about, oh my gosh, I hope I pass. But, my teacher told me, I think that we had to have like 8 paper towels when we washed our hands. And you're going to go, 8? We were told 6. And you're going to go, 6? We weren't told any. And you're going to go, well, my teacher told me it doesn't matter as long as you lay them all out on the table first. And then you're going to say, and like within 5 minutes, the whole waiting room is nothing but stress soup, right? Because now nobody knows who's right. And all that does is elevate your stress level. Don't make friends on testing day. After the test, make all the friends, teach everybody how to do this. I want the whole world to have CNA skills. They're useful, but not on testing day. Because if you're the last person they talk to and they fail, who are they blaming? You. Don't do that. You don't need that stress in your life. Okay. So you're going to sit there and you're going to wait for the evaluators to come back. And when they do, when those evaluators come back into that room, they are going to pair you up into groups of 2. Now, this is not random. This pairing is not random. For our purposes, I'm going to make it random. You guys are group 1. Don't go anywhere. You guys are group 2. You've got about 45 minutes to an hour to kill. So go grab a cup of coffee. Go to your car to study. You can have your study material in your car. You don't have to wait in the waiting room, but be back here in about 45 minutes. You guys are group 3. You've got about an hour and a half to kill. So Target clearance shopping. You'll be fine. You guys are group 4. You've got about 2.5 hours to kill. Chili's 2 for 1 margaritas. We'll see you in a while. All right. So you guys are group 1. You're going to be brought into the testing center. Okay. So the clinical lab, and most places will do the clinical skills test first and then the written after. Your evaluators can play with that depending on who's there to test. But most of the time it's skills first. So they take you into the skills room and they're going to show you around because you've never been there before. They've got to show you where to find the bedpan, how the call light works, what we use for a privacy curtain. So if we put a wall right up here, got rid of you guys come over here, put a wall right up here, this would be our clinical room. It's going to have 2 beds, a sink, a patient toilet area, some supplies, a hamper, bedside table, gloves, all of those things. We're going to show you around, teach you how everything works and where everything is located. Once I've got you guys all oriented, we're going to pick one of you to go first. So I'll pick on you because you're closer. Oops. So give me a number 1 to 11, please. 10. All right. So the computer randomly picked skill set 10 for you. And the computer does pick your skill set. The evaluators do not. In fact, it's coded into your ID, your skill set. So your skills are measure and record pulse, perform passive range of motion to elbow wrist, and provide a partial bed bath to a resident in bed. Those are the 3 skills that you are going to perform. And the evaluator is going to read the entire care plan to you. They can't even trust that you know how to read. They're going to read this to you. And then they're going to give you the care plan for the entire test. So you can go back and read that care plan anytime you want, even in the middle of the skill. So if you can't remember, oh, how long was I supposed to count that pulse for? You can stop and go over and read the care plan. Okay. Now, as you're performing the skills, the evaluators are 2 of them in Florida are going to have a checklist. This is the checklist that they use. This is the actual check. Those are the actual care plans from the test. These are the actual checklists from the test. And the evaluators are going to have a dry erase marker in their hand. And as you do a step correctly, you're going to get a check mark. You don't do the step, no check mark. You do the step, but you do it wrong, no check mark. Okay. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. So these are the care plan sets. You can see them here. They're always hanging up here. This is what you have in your book that I showed you. Okay, you have these in your book as well. And on the back of these is the checklist for that skill. So when you're working in here and practicing, you can actually use the checklist to check yourself off. Okay, good. All right. So each one of these follows a formula. Each one of these follows a formula. You have one mobility skill, one ADL skill. Remember, ADL was activities of daily living, right? And one documentation skill. So you can see that here. So each one of these is going to have one skill from the ADL column, one skill from the mobility column, and one skill from the documentation column. And you see that there on, what page is that? 24. Okay, you see that on page 24. So everybody good with that? Okay, so you have your skills that you have to perform. One mobility, one ADL, one documentation. But you need somebody to perform those skills on, don't you? You're just sitting around with nothing to do. So you are going to be her patient while she performs her skills. Now, when you're the patient for somebody else to do their skills, you're going to get a script. Don't go off script. Be you. Not a 90-year-old version of you. Be you. So if somebody is having to walk you, ambulate with a gait belt is what that's called. If somebody is going to be walking you, you're going to walk like you walk, right? You're not going to do this. You're not going to pretend to faint, right? You're not going to do anything crazy like that. You are going to be you, and you're going to be cooperative. Okay, follow the script. Don't try to make this harder for the person testing, because testing needs to be uniform. If you're testing in Miami and you're testing in Jacksonville and you're testing in Tallahassee and you get the same skill, it has to be presented the same way for it to be uniform. Good. So we have defined care plans and we have patient scripts, and we're going to follow those. Now, how many of you guys have live humans at home? Live humans? Okay. Any live humans? Okay. So you are going to be asking your live humans at home. Yeah, the dead ones won't help you real well. You're going to be asking the live humans at home to help you practice these skills, right? So you're going to go home today and you're going to say, my instructor said that you are going to help me practice. And when you do, you're going to be you and cooperative. You're not going to make this hard on me. My instructor said. Okay? Because what happens at home is those people, I say that loosely, are going to try to throw you curveballs. And they're going to say things like, well, when you're out there in the real world, it's not always going to be easy. You need to get used to that. No. We don't give children in kindergarten trigonometry. Okay? So you need to prepare your live humans now before you're practicing skills so that they don't do that when you're practicing because it'll derail you. Good? It also applies to the test. Make sense? You're going to be a good human on the test. Okay. All right. So remember when I said that when you're checked in, when the evaluators check you in, they're going to ask you a couple questions. Well, one of the questions that they're going to ask you is, do you have any physical problems that would keep you from being a patient for any of these tests? Because remember, you have to play a patient. So if you just had dental work done, you want to tell them, hey, I just had some dental work done and I've got some stitches back here, because we're not going to use you for mouth care or denture care. If you've got a raging case of athlete's foot, you want to let them know that, hey, I got some athlete's foot going on. We don't want to use you for foot care. Okay. If you have a fake leg, you need to let them know that, a prosthetic, because we don't want it. That actually happened, and it happened to one of my students. Yeah. One of my students had been in a motorcycle accident. She had lost her leg. She had a above the knee amputation. I didn't know it for like the first couple of weeks because, she's wearing scrubs and she walked just fine. She accommodated well. You couldn't tell, right? So I didn't tell her to tell the evaluators that she had a prosthetic. I figured she would work that one out on her own, and she didn't. So she was a patient for range of motion, hip, knee, and ankle. Now, when you go to lift the leg, you expect a certain amount of weight to that leg, right? So this poor, unsuspecting CNA testing candidate goes to lift the leg, and it didn't weigh as much as she expected it to. So as she lifted, the whole leg comes off. My student starts laughing hysterically, thinking this is the funniest thing ever. The girl holding the leg starts crying. And the evaluator's like, what just happened? Right? So please don't do that. Let the evaluators know if you have any body parts that might possibly become dislodged during the test. So that is how they are going to figure out who to pair you with. I know. That's why I tell this now. I didn't think to tell her. I figured she would, figure that out. So here's the thing. If you are ambulating a patient with a gait belt or transferring a patient out of bed and into a wheelchair, they are going to pair you up with somebody your body size or smaller. Okay. There's a lot of criteria that they have to do on the back end to figure out how to pair you up. And that's why after you get checked in, they go away for like 20 minutes because they're trying to figure out who to put you with, what skills they have, what skills you have, and do they work together? Make sense? Okay.
In the real setting, job setting, when you're actually a CNA, do they give you patients that you can easily carry, or is it all weight at that point?
Yeah, it basically depends on who we have working, what their skill level is, and what the patient load is. I'd like to tell you, I really would. I would love to tell you that they are very responsive in that, but they're not. It's just kind of, these are our patients. You're the CNA, make it work.
Right.
So if you feel like you are in a situation where you're going to put your patient or yourself at risk, you need to let the nurse know. Hey, I don't think I can handle that patient. Yeah. Right. But I'm going to show you some techniques. You can usually lift somebody about 1.5 to 2 times your body weight using these techniques that I'm going to show you. Okay. So you should be able to handle most patients out there. If not, you need to let the nurse know that this isn't a good patient for me. I feel like either myself or the patient's going to get injured, because it doesn't do anybody any good. For me to say, well, figure it out, go do it. We have nobody else. You're going to have to figure it out, because if you get hurt, who's going to take care of my patients? Right? If the patient gets hurt, That's horrible. It's horrible for the patient, but it also means more paperwork and a transfer and, a whole bunch more work to do. So it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't do anybody any good. And now we use the whole industry has kind of shifted lately that we don't want CNAs lifting. We use a lot of mechanical lifts. So there's sit to stands or Sarah lifts, there's Hoyer lifts, there's lift chairs as well, like recliners that lift. So we're trying to take some of that physical load off of CNA. I'm not going to tell you that they're in every facility. I wish I could, but I can't. But there's a huge trend going in that direction because the number one reason that CNAs leave the workforce is from injury, right? It doesn't do me any good to have you out for 6 months just to lift one patient. I mean, that doesn't help me, right? Okay. So these care plan sets here have the care plans, and then on the back, they have the checklist. Now, these checklists include indirect care, which we're going to get to at the end of class today. But just remember that these checklists are going to include that when we get to the indirect care part. Okay, so you got your 3 skills. She's your patient. You do your steps. Everything you do right gets a check mark. Remember our checklists. Everything you don't do doesn't get a check mark. Everything you do but do wrong doesn't get a check mark. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. And that's what you're graded on. You're actually not graded on what you do right. Doesn't that sound horrible? You're not graded on what you do right. You're graded on what you didn't do or what you did wrong. This is called a negative impact test. So you don't get points for getting 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 right. Yay. You actually start out with 100, and then they subtract points for anything that you didn't do. Make sense? Good. Now, the problem is, and it is a problem, is that each one of these steps are going to be weighted differently. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, let's take this lady, for example. We have to brush her teeth because our care plan told us to provide mouth care. Is she in a safe position for mouth care? Why?
She's laying down. She could choke.
Okay, so she could, choke. Technical term is aspirate, breathe liquid into the lungs. Yeah, she could choke. So what would we want to do before we?
Sit her up.
Yeah, sit her up somehow, right? Head of the bed up. That's ideal. Get her sitting on the side of the bed. Get her up into the bathroom over the sink. Got lots of options here. How would we know which one?
Care plan.
Care plan. If it says she has to remain in bed, that means we're going to put the head of the bed up. Make sense? Good? Okay. How many of you guys brushed your teeth this month?
This month?
Anybody? Yeah, brushed your teeth this month? All right. So you're somewhat familiar with this process, right? All right. When you brush your teeth, you're usually hanging out over a sink, right? That's because you get all this foam and stuff, and we want a place for that foam and stuff to drip. Fair? Right? So we're brushing, usually leaning forward. What do you think would happen to all that foam and stuff if we were sitting like this?
It just dripped out on you.
Yeah. So we're going to get toothpaste like on our clothing. Never killed anybody, did it? But it doesn't sound ideal. So if we're going to brush somebody's teeth when they're sitting in bed, we probably want to cover their clothing just to keep it nice and neat. Sound fair? Sound good? All right. So those are 2 steps that need to be taken when we're doing mouth care. Head of the bed up and towel over the chest. If we don't put the head of the bed up, what could happen to our patient? Yeah, they could die. Yeah, they could die. If we don't put a towel over their chest, what could happen to our patient? Yeah, they get messy. Which one of those is worse? Yeah, definitely dead. right? Dead is worse than messy. So these two steps are not going to be graded equally. You guys see that? Head of the bed up is going to be weighted to have more impact than towel over the chest. Good? So every step on the skill, every step is going to have a weight to it. Now, nobody knows what that weight is. That's a trade secret that Prometric does not disclose. We don't need to know. We're pretty smart cookies. We can figure out when our patients could potentially die if we don't do something right. Okay, we're pretty smart in that. So we need to understand that each one of these things is going to be weighted a little bit differently. That is what's going to impact your score. If you miss one thing that could potentially kill your patient, a super duper important step, one step is going to fail you. That's fair. You killed a patient. If you miss a couple of steps that really don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, your patient didn't die, nothing bad happened to them, you could probably miss 4 or 5 things and still pass. It depends on what you're missing. So a lot of students ask, well, how many of these things can I miss and still pass? And the answer is, it depends. What did you miss? Did you kill your patient? Because they don't look kindly on that for the test, especially since you are going to be one of the patients, right? So make sense? Any questions on this? Told you we were going to get into the test. All right, so I have a whole lesson on this on page 65. We'll go on break in a few minutes. Page 65 tells us a little bit about how skills are graded. And unfortunately, I can't tell you you can miss 4 things and still pass. It doesn't really count like that. But we need to understand that everything that we miss is going to have an impact on our patient. So when we're learning the skills, it really shouldn't be about learning the steps. It should be about learning the impact on the patient. Does that make sense? So I'm going to teach you the steps, but as I'm teaching you the steps, we're going to be having conversations about why each step is important for the patient. And that really helps you learn the skill much more effectively. But if you have that question, how is the skills test graded and how many can I miss? This is the lesson for you. Okay. All right, so let's go on to the written test. So the written test, after everybody has taken the skills test, so you guys came in, you got your skills, you did them on her, she got her skills, she did them on you, you went out to the waiting room. You guys came in, you did your skills on her, she did her skills on you, you went back out to the waiting room. Group 3 comes in, you do your skills. Group 4 comes in, you do your skills. Everybody's back in the waiting room now, and now it's time for the written test. They would take all 8 of you at one time into the testing, the computer room. You don't have to have any computer skills at all. You have to know how to move a mouse. That's it. You do not type anything into the computer. The evaluators do that. You simply move the mouse to select the option you want to select. That's it. So on the computer, you're going to have 60 questions. By the time I'm done with you, these are going to seem stupid easy. Okay. Remember, this is day 1. I still have 7 more to go. You're going to laugh at some of these questions because they really seem very simple. And you're going to have 90 minutes to do those 60 questions. Remember that CNAs follow the care plan. Are we allowed to think?
No.
Don't think on the test either, guys. Okay? It's not our role here. We've got to be careful. We have to know our role. But I have a whole resource here for you. I don't hand these out in class. You have to go get it on your own. It is something I wrote. It's me. This is on my website. It is a workbook style guide getting you ready for the written test. And I really break this down to make it super easy. We're going to go over a lot of this in class, but this is a very helpful guide for those of you who maybe need a little bit of extra help or a little extra reassurance for that written test. So you can get this on my website. It is free. You just download it. It's free for everybody. If you go to foryourcna.com/ebook, it's also on that piece of paper that I gave you at the beginning of class as well. Good? So I'm going to teach you all about the written test as we go. We're going to learn the skills as well. All of this is just kind of a high-level overview of the testing process. We haven't gotten into any nitty-gritty details yet. Have I lost anybody? Are we good? All right, so after you take the test, you're going to get some results. And you're going to get a couple of papers. This is the test result for the written. See, it looks just like this one. Test result for the written. And you can see at the bottom here, it's got the 5 categories on the state exam. How many questions were in each category and how many you got right. Guys, you have to pass every category, not just the test. Now that's problematic because you got one of them here with 7 questions. So providing specialized care, 7 questions for that category. Now the problem is on the written test, it doesn't say the following questions have to do with safety. They don't do that. They just give you 60 questions. On the back end, they have them all categorized. So we have to pass each category. If there's only 7 questions and you miss 4.
What's passing?
70.
So for 7, how many can I miss?
2. 3, maybe, depending on if one of them was a critical concept. So we got to be careful here. We have to know what we're not thinking, but we have to know our stuff in order to. Guys, my students usually get 100.
Is that the lowest category?
That's the lowest one. Yeah. Yeah. My students usually get 100. Like I said, by the time I'm done with you, this test is going to look stupid, crazy stupid. You're going to be like, what? Nobody would do that. You know, the answers are just like crazy. So don't worry too much about the written test. I'm going to get you there. The only people that tend to have a problem, and I'll be very honest, the only people that tend to have a problem on the written test are those with a language barrier. If English is not your first language, this becomes a little bit more difficult just because of the semantics, you know, the way the words are presented. That may be a little bit more challenging. But if English is your first language, this should be really easy for you once I get done with you. And I've got a whole practice. I actually have multiple practice tests that you're going to get. It's okay. We'll make sure you're ready for this. Don't get ahead of yourselves. This is the easy one. Skills, a little more challenging because now you got to do. Okay. Another question? I saw another hand.
Do we get our test results on the same day?
Same day. Yeah. Before you leave the building, they're going to give you these papers. Now they're going to be folded in half.
Right.
You can't look at them until you get outside because
If I fail, it's gonna be a long drive home.
yeah, I know.
I'm not looking until I get home.
Yeah, but you're not going to fail. We do. Our students do tremendous. I know that you have to have some faith in me, and I haven't proven that to you yet, so it's okay.
Well, no, you make me feel good back here.
But you're going to do just fine. You're going to
I
do
think
just
it's
fine.
more of the nerve-wracking.
Well, yeah, and that's where the practice is going to come in. And we'll talk about that a little bit more on the next class on Wednesday. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Right now, I'm just kind of, like I said, giving you kind of a higher level overview. And then we're just, each class, we go a little bit deeper. So by the time we get to class 8, you're like, oh yeah, we're good. We're good. It's fine. We'll be fine. Okay. Now, I'm not going to tell you you're not going to be nervous. It's a test. My daughter, she'd kill me. Hope she's not watching. She took this class. And she's very nervous, right? She has migraines. She doesn't really respond well to stress. But I made her take the class because Mama's not supporting her forever. This is probably about 10 years ago, maybe even longer now. Night before she calls me, night before she's going to test, she calls me, I've got a migraine. I'm like, don't care. You're going. The day of the test, she went to the testing center, was throwing up in the parking lot.
Oh.
Yep. She wasn't the only one. A lot of people throw up in the parking lot because their nerves get the better of them. She passed 100%.
Wow.
Flying colors. Passed. Now, she didn't get any extra help. She got the exact same instruction you guys get. I did not work with her. I did not tutor her. I did not help her in any way. She got exactly what you're getting. And I was really nervous about whether she was going to make it or not because she didn't perform well on tests. And she was so nervous. And she'd worked herself up so much. But she did it. Guys, if she can do it, you guys, it's a piece of cake.
You were her person at home?
Nope. She didn't live with me at the time.
Oh, but still, she can still ask you.
Yep. Nope. She got no extra help on purpose. On purpose. Because I needed her to start to depend on her. Okay. But there is a funny story about that because she was living with a group of people, right? And it's funny because this is like maybe a year later, one of her roommates, she kept hearing my voice. And she's like, why do I hear my mom? You know, and it was like muffled, but she could hear my voice. And she'd go out to the living room and I'm not there. Go back to her room. She could hear my voice. Her roommate was watching my videos to study for the test. So yeah, she's like, that was weird. So we're very effective in what we do. Okay. So when you get your test results, they're not going to look at them with you. They're not going to let you look at them in the building because if you're unsuccessful, you're going to have questions and those evaluators can't answer them. No, they cannot. They're not going to debate this with you. Okay. So that's why you can't look at your test results. So this is the test result for the written. And then you're going to get one for the skills that looks like this. Oh, thank you, Raz. I appreciate that. You're going to get one that looks like this for the skills. Now, at the bottom, you can see down here some of the skills. We've got hand washing and measure, record, pulse. We passed both of those. The next page will continue. Well, it'll list the rest of the skills. I don't have that up here. And then the last page, which you see here, this. It's going to list all of those deficiencies. Remember that what the deficiency was? An item that without a check mark, right? So it lists all of our deficiencies. Now, this is what's important for Florida. Remember I said we have 2 evaluators? You guys remember that? And I told you it's to your benefit to have 2 evaluators because when you are performing your skills and the evaluator has this checklist and they have to put a check mark in, where is their focus? On the paper, and you're still doing your skill. So is it possible they may miss a step? Right? So by having 2 evaluators, you only get marked off if that step is recorded as a deficiency by both evaluators. So here you can see hand washing. One evaluator said that you did not use friction to distribute soap and create lather. That means not enough bubbles. Bubbles count. We're going to talk about that later. Cleansing front and back of hands, between fingers, around cuticles, under nails, and wrists. Okay. One evaluator marked you off on that, but it didn't count against you because the other one checked you off. Okay. Pulse, they both said that you missed this step. Pericare, they both said that you missed that step. Those counted against you. But it didn't matter because you passed. Now, I want you to pay attention to that page. Even though you passed, congratulations. You should go out to dinner, celebrate. Good day. You passed. But I still want you to pay attention to this page Because at some point in my life, I am going to be the body in that bed. Do you think I want good enough? There's a reason I do this, guys. I am training all of you because I am getting older. And somebody is going to have to take care of me. And I want them to do it the way I want it done. So these are important. Because someday, Miss Patty will be your patient. Okay. Thank you. This actually became very real to me about 3 years ago. My mother got very, very ill. She had an intestinal abscess, and she was very, very ill, critically ill. And she was in the hospital on 2 different occasions. She had a drain implanted. It was a horrible, horrible thing. Had to have surgery and everything. It didn't take long to get around that hospital that Miss Patty was sitting in there watching skills. Most of the CNAs that work in our community were trained right here in this room. Most of the nurses you're going to be working with got their start in those same chairs you're sitting in. So it didn't take long to get around that I was in the building. Man, my mom got phenomenal care. But I would like to think that all patients were getting phenomenal care. Okay? That's why I do what I do. Trust me, I'd make a whole lot more money if I worked at the hospital. I do this out of love.
Wait, you said you're a nurse, right?
I am.
So where are you at?
I do education full time now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you before?
Oh, I've worked in a lot of places. I've worked, my last job was in hospice. I was a case manager for 5 years. Yeah. I was the ESE registered nurse for the school system here in the county. I've worked home care. I've worked in intensive care, ICU, and a couple of hospitals. Started an IV team at a hospital in Orlando. I've worked a lot of places. Been in healthcare for about 35 years.
Miss Patty got around.
Yeah.
Were you ever a travel nurse?
I was not. Yeah, travel nurses become very popular, especially in the COVID era.
Yes.
Travel nursing has become very, very popular. There's a couple of problems with travel nursing, though, particularly travel CNAs. And that's because as CNAs, you really need to know the patients.
Yeah.
And if you're traveling, nobody really knows. I mean, if you go into Henry and he's slumped over, was he like that yesterday? We don't know. Nobody knows. There isn't a single person in this facility that knew Henry yesterday. We're all travels. So do you think things are going to get missed? So there's a problem with that aspect that I don't agree with. Continuity of care is super important, especially with the elderly. So although travel nursing definitely has its place and it is needed to help supplement staff, I think we kind of have gone off in a kind of a direction that may not be in the best interest of our patients. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Good pay, though. Good pay. All right. So let's go ahead and take our break. Come back at 11:15. And anybody that still owes, come see me at the computer. Oh, yeah, you can take some napkins off of the Spencer on the wall. Oh, here. I'm sorry. Right there. Thank you. 11:15. Thank you.
Oh, she said, what for? It's so messy.
Sorry, let me just pull this up real quick.
The answer was dead.
I got looked at you and I was like, this girl did not. She was so excited.
Bro, I was drooling about that thing.
I know you were.
Okay, last name?
Yeah, bro.
You from Chris River?
Just messing in there. I have to go and sit down.
I know you. Yeah, I went to high school with Jerome Bunch.
I don't know how you
Yeah.
wrote
Yeah, but I didn't because my stomach.
My stomach too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Congratulations.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, probably. He would be
I'll be
over.
with the cost you should.
He would. Okay, so are you paying by
Okay, we
cash?
should be out of this.
Okay, do you have exact change?
We should
Or do you need
oh.
Sure. Receipt for you. Your receipt will be
I know.
emailed
I
to
know.
you.
Are you still with him? Okay, good. That's the only thing you pray for.
Very good. All right, your receipt will be emailed right now. Thank you.
What's my favorite?
And it's a good, like, start out job for your.
That's fine. If you're a few minutes late, it's no big deal. What's your last name? R-A-Y-C-A-N.
Oh, you can go first, but I'm gonna say it's one to.
You guys need to go for some.
155,
Yeah, I am too.
and that's paid to the testing agency, not to us.
Okay. I can't believe that doll. I couldn't stop looking at that
I
doll.
know, it looks too real.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I kept looking at it, I was like,
60, 80. Okay, I owe you $5.
Is there another bathroom or is it just one?
Just one, but if you go into the retail store next door,
Thank you.
they're open. Go
Okay.
all the way to the back, take a right for store on the right.
Do you want to go to that one? I gotta go too.
Yeah, just use the one in the shop because I own the retail store. So
Oh, okay. You do a lot here, Miss
yes,
Patty.
I do.
You're doing great.
Last name?
are you related to the Drummond's?
No.
No.
No, I actually don't think I can wait. I'm gonna run to the store.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm gonna just. I'll be like, these are my cheeses.
Okay. All right. So cash. Do you have exact change? All right. And it will.
I don't think I was thinking about it when I asked if she was pregnant.
It's going
That's
to email
rude.
you your.
Yeah.
Because then she kept saying, my big while I was okay.
Okay. Send this. All right. And last name. Jordan. 175, and we're paying by credit card.
Do you have a dog?
She is a little itty bitty teeny tiny Labrador, and she's less than 10 pounds. She's tiny. Yeah, sometimes she comes to work with me, which is why you see the dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And what's the zip code for this card?
34614.
And I'm going to email you the receipt. Maybe. There we go. All right, that went through, and your receipt was emailed.
I have a question for this
Sure.
CPR. I know you said that's good to have.
Yep.
How does that work?
I'm going to be talking about that at the end of class today. I have a class on Saturday, and then I have one the last Monday, the last week of your class on Monday
Okay.
afternoon.
Okay.
We'll go over that.
Hi. I know you weren't aware, but my program will be training for vocational.
Okay.
What's you? You can double check.
I know he contacted me about supplies, so I will get. I've got his email, so I'll get in touch with him and just confirm that. And you are Jasmine. Okay. I'm just gonna make a little note.
Yeah, because they're authorizing it.
Okay.
So I will be calling my my counselor to see if I will be calling my counselor to see if they pay for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get in touch. Your counselor did contact me, so I'll get in touch with
I
him.
mean, have that in my name.
Okay.
If they don't pay on time, my grandmother can pay for that.
Okay. Well, yeah, we usually give them a little bit of extra time because they're an agency. They have to go through the authorization.
Yeah, because they got a lot going on.
I know. I have to look inside of it. It's creepy. Oh, someone's in there. Oh, that's what you're.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna let you sit here. Whew, it's cold out.
Is it?
Yeah, it's very nasty. Okay.
It's not good. It's not like in Florida to be this cold.
Should you use the bathroom now?
No,
Yeah.
he's still waiting.
Oh, it's fine. No one's
Oh,
out.
But I keep moving. I mean, she's almost done. I can hear it.
I just ran down there.
You ran?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your last name?
Full speed walk. Abandoned. Can I pay with card or no?
Yes.
Okay.
So BAMM, right? Two M's?
Yeah, I was like worried. I was like, it's gonna be. I don't know the rate, the age range. It's gonna be.
And you're paying my card, right?
She doesn't see TV.
Right. All right, I'm ready for it.
Excuse me, keychain.
Oh, that's cute.
For the test, when do we have to?
Yeah, but my
Like, I know the background check has to be done.
Right. We're going to talk about the test process on at the end of the second week of class. Yeah. Well, you can't. I don't want you to register too early because then you'll be testing before you graduate, and that's stressful. So I usually give you the information at the second week of class. If you register, then you'll be testing about a week after graduation.
Okay.
Perfect timing. And we'll go over all of that. But you're going to register when you have the funds to do so. What's the zip code for this card?
Okay, try 34608. If not, it should be 09. I need to switch it over. I'm so confused. Do you have a dog that you're breaking?
Yes, I have
I was wondering what the bed was for.
that one went through. I'm going to email you your receipt. Yeah, I've got a little tiny, she's adorable. She's a little Labradoodle.
Aww.
And she's a year old, but she's like 10 pounds. She's super teeny tiny. And, well, I don't bring her on my class days. It's too much stimulation for her. But she's pregnant now, so.
Bring her in. Bring her in.
She is a doll.
Oh, she's 1 and pregnant?
Yeah, we didn't want that. Kind of happened.
Yeah, that's how it kind of goes, I guess.
So for the exam, do you have to wear scrubs to the exam?
You don't. The only requirement for the exam is closed-toed shoes. You can wear anything you want, but there is something to look the part, act the part.
Right.
So I suggest you wear scrubs, but it's not required. We'll talk about that when we talk about registering for the test and so on.
You guys are funny. I can't. Oh, thanks. I didn't ask him that. Told you.
How much you pay for this cup?
I didn't pay for it.
You was in Target trying to get that pink cup?
Oh, heck no.
You know, you
I never bought a single Stanley Cup. Every single one I have has been given to me. But every single one, I have 3.
I work with her.
Christmas, well, it's like my birthday's around Christmas, so.
Okay, that's good.
So like that's like, I seen that for everybody fighting over the Valentine's Day.
The pink ones and the little red ones. I want to be in there at like 3 o'clock in the morning. But, you know,
Getting hit in the head with the Stanley.
it ain't never that serious.
Never.
About a cup?
No.
I save my money and
serious.
spend it.
And they're actually, they're more when you buy them in the store. They're like $45 on the website.
I seen that. In the store, it was like $65.
Okay, well, they scam me out.
Okay.
And half the time they ain't real.
They can make fake ones?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they look the same. Like, they gotta have like the logo and everything at the bottom. Like, if not, you're not gonna ruin it. I didn't even realize, I didn't even know about that until I got my own.
Right. You just put my own. I don't know if I'm gonna spend that much money on it.
They also have smaller ones.
Okay.
That's right here. That's the 30 ounce.
If it gets too cold for you guys that are by the door, let me know. I'm just trying to let a little fresh air in. It's stuffy.
I have no idea what you just said. I don't know if you're talking to me.
Rather get it out than the air.
That is so cool. Yeah, you were looking at the lid mints, which are like ranging from 100 to discount, but they're on the other side. There's ABCs that are not the big ones next to lid mints, but on the other side is the smaller ones. They both are the same length. The only difference, of course, is quality.
Right.
I'm gonna find you like under $41. But the discount.
Chelsea, after class, can you ask Jake to put a prestige order together and bring in the lights?
Prestige order?
Yeah, the clinical lights.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm gonna make a note.
We gotta figure out where we were.
We do have a trash can.
Where were we? There we were. Okay. Ah, that's where we are. Okay. Everybody ready? Okay. Just make sure here. Oh, Caitlin, I have not uploaded them yet. I'll do that after class. So for those of you who are attending virtually, the review sheets are not up yet. I have just redone them. So I still have to upload them into the program and set them up. So I'll do that after class. So review sheets for virtual people will be available sometime this afternoon. For you guys, I'm going to hand you out the physical copies before you at the end of class today. All right. So any questions on what we've gone over so far? Am I going too fast? Anybody lost? Everybody is here for CNA, right? All right. Okay. So we've talked a little bit about the testing process and the testing checklists. And years and years and years ago, when I first started this program, it was not taught the way I'm teaching you now. This program has kind of evolved. I've been teaching for about 17 years. And one of the things that I realized probably about 10, 12 years ago is every checklist starts the same way. It didn't matter what the skill was. There were the first two items were the same for every single skill. So if you look here, you can actually see an example of that. You can see that step 1 is exactly the same for every single skill. And that's greet resident, address by name, and introduce self. So we have to do that for every single skill. And I looked a little bit further and I saw, okay, well, wait a minute. Number 2 is the same as well. Provide explanations to resident about care before, beginning, and during care. So we got to talk to them. Well, that's the same for every single skill. So I started thinking about this because I used to just teach all 21 skills as completely individual things. But that didn't make sense. If every skill starts the same way, we should have a process that checks that off for every single skill. And that's how the principles were born. And that's what we're going to get into now, is learning the principles. Now, it goes a little bit more than just the first 2 steps. At the end of each skill, there are steps that have to be done as well. So you can see here, ask resident about comfort or needs during care or before care completed. Same thing here, here, and here. But below that, for these 2, there's another bullet point there. And that's ask resident about comfort of water temperature. So I started digging in a little bit deeper, and every skill that dealt with water had that checkpoint. Okay. So I started to put all of these things together. And in the process of this is how this was born. So all of the principles we're going to learn are taken directly from the testing checklists. So they're important. But they're not just important for testing, they're also important for your patients. There's a reason behind each one of them, and that's what we're going to go into. So we're going to start out with the opening. So the opening is a series of steps we have to do at the beginning of every single skill that we're going to perform. And they're always done exactly the same way. These steps are kind of like chiseled in stone. They never change. And we're going to go through these one at a time. And of course, you have a page in your book that's going to correlate with this. We'll get into that in just a minute. But this, let me show you, where is my, where are they? Ah, they're there. Okay. So this is a packet. Oh, there they are. Okay, that's the old one. This is the new one. This is the principles that we see on the back. Okay. These are the checklists. If you notice, each principle has a color. If you look at the checklist, you can see which step on the checklist that principle covers to make sure that you have performed all of the steps required for testing. These are always up here, either on my podium, hanging there, or laying here. These are for you guys to use. Okay, you can play with these, you can use them, but it really kind of helps from a visual standpoint see which checkpoint is covered by which principle. So these are available for you guys to look at. Make sense? Okay. They're going to correspond to the checklists that are on the back of the skills sets here. So all of those checklists are the same, whether you look at them here, you look at them here, or you look at them there on the color-coded one. It's all the same checklists, just different ways of presenting them. All right, so when we're looking at these checklists, we want to make sure that we're getting as many check marks as possible because deficiencies are what count against us. And my goal is to make it so intuitive, so easy to remember all of these steps that you wouldn't dare forget one. It just wouldn't make any sense to you to forget it. So we're going to go through this one at a time. All of these principles, and I'm going to explain each step in detail so that you understand why the step is important and how it should be performed. But there's 4 in particular that we're going to start with. We have the opening. We have skill rules that we've already talked about. We have the opening, which is how we start every skill. We have the glove rules, which we're going to learn about on Wednesday because we have to evaluate gloves for every skill. And we have the closing, which is how we're going to end each skill. So today we've learned skill rules. We're about to jump into the opening, and we're also going to learn the closing. That's what's going to take up our entire class today, those 3 principles. And then on Wednesday, we're going to add in a few more, like glove rules, barrier, privacy blanket. So by the end of the second week of, by the end of the second week of class, you're going to know all of those principles, and we're going to use them to build skills. Okay? Make sense? These 4 are called the big 4 because they show up in every single skill. Doesn't matter what the skill is. We're always going to follow the care plan. We're always going to do the opening. We're always going to evaluate if we need gloves, and we're always going to do our closing. Doesn't matter what else we do. Those 4 will always be done. So we call them the big 4. So you can see that here. And page 27 gives you a physical listing of all of those principles that are on our back wall. So you can see them all there. Of course, it's not in color. Printing color costs a ton of money. But you can see all of them here. And we're going to learn each one in a lesson. So you don't have to go home and try to memorize all of this. I'm not a big fan of memorizing. I memorized a ton of stuff in high school. A ton of stuff. Right? They're big on memorizing. Go home and memorize this. Memorize this. I couldn't tell you a single thing that I memorized back in high school. Didn't stick with me. I memorized it for the time I needed it. I forgot it. I moved on with my life. I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to memorize anything. I want you to learn. When you learn, it sticks with you, and you're able to utilize it way later in life. That's what I want you to do, is learn. So don't go home and memorize this stuff. It's not what I want you to do. I'm going to lead you through step by step, and we're going to learn each one of these principles. Remember that, oh, thank you, Nasiwa. I appreciate that. Remember that we always operate within our scope of practice. We're going to follow the whole care plan and, okay. Oh, CNAs do normal. And the principles are what's going to guide our performance. And that's what we're about to jump into now. So these 2 we've got covered. We're good. This is what we're going to spend the rest of the course learning. And of course, over everything, we know that it's always about the, and we're going to report everything to the, all right. So we know almost all of that. Now we're going to focus specifically on the principles. This is the meat and potatoes. This is what makes it all work together. Okay. But if I don't lay that foundation for you, these principles really don't mean a whole lot. Now, I have flashcards for you. And I didn't, this is a new slide. I didn't used to show this, but I had a lot of students that basically complained that they didn't know these things were available. So let me tell you about them. So these are the flashcards. Those principles that we're going to learn, they're in here. And they're color. And it's a great way for you to review and refresh. And while you're enrolled in the class, up until graduation, you get a $10 discount. They're $14.99. After graduation, they go back up to $24.99. Okay. So this is a really, really good way for you to learn not just the principles that we're getting ready to learn, but also all the steps of the skill and the supplies needed for each skill. It's all together in the flashcard package. So let's talk about the patient. In order to learn the opening, we kind of have to spend some time learning about the patient. So on page 21. Anybody ever sick? Ever? Anybody ever get sick? Yeah, lots of stuff going around right now. Man, what is your mood like when you're sick? Yeah, crabby, irritable, grouchy, grumpy. Yeah, no energy. Absolutely. Where do you want to be when you're sick? Yeah, home in my bed. How much grumpy are you going to be if you aren't able to be home in your bed when you're sick? Right? That just ramps up the grouchy, doesn't it? Okay, now, not only are you not home, people keep bugging you. How are you going to react? Oh, yeah, snappy, irritated. Yeah, this is not a good day, is it? Not a good day at all. Now, that is the definition of your patient. They are sick. They are not home. They are not in their own bed, and they have a bunch of strangers coming in and bothering them. If you expect your patients to be happy, you are totally mistaken. You are seeing your patient on their worst day. Their worst day. If you have a happy patient, that is a bonus. That is a good day, but don't expect it. I actually had a CNA tell me one day, well, she started it. What? She's a patient. I'm not paying her. And I'm definitely not paying her to be happy. You know who I am paying? You. And do you know what I expect when I'm paying you? To be happy. That's right. That's right. So we need to set our expectations here. Don't expect your patient to be all sunshine and rainbows. That's not going to happen. Not only that, but they're probably a little bit preoccupied. You ask a sick patient in the hospital, what's wrong with you? They will all say, I think I'm dying. I think I'm dying. Am I dying? Is there something wrong with me? Am I dying? Right? They're all like super preoccupied with the fact that they are sick enough to be here, and here is not good. Therefore, I must be really sick. Got it? So they're really preoccupied with what's going on with them. You think they're going to catch everything you say? No. Now, the one thing you need when you're sick is rest. Anybody ever patient at the hospital? It's the worst place in the universe to try to get any rest. An average of 17 different individuals come in and out of that room every day. That's the average. Try to get rest in that. Not only that, you are not in a secure space. You are wide open. It's like me trying to take a nap on a park bench out there. I mean, that's scary. Anybody could come along and do anything they want to me because I'm sleeping. I'm vulnerable. Right? So your patients aren't going to get a whole lot of rest. So what do you think that's going to do to their mood? Oh, man, absolutely. Are you starting to kind of get a sense that our patients may not be what we think they should be? Okay. So we have to understand that your patient is living in a totally different reality than you are. And Even worse, you get to go home at the end of your shift. They don't. There is no time off from being a patient. They don't get a break from being a patient. This is nonstop. And then let's add on to that some preoccupation with what your significant other is doing when you're here. Or who's feeding my cat? Or how is my cell phone bill going to be paid? They have real world concerns that they can't address while they're in here. Are you starting to see how all of this can add up? And they may not be the most pleasant of people. They may not understand what you're saying. They may not be paying attention. You may have to repeat yourselves a few times. They may even be medicated, which could affect their ability to be present. So when we're talking to patients, if they don't look like they're getting it, we probably need to stop and address that and make sure that they understand what we're saying. Maybe say it a different way. Maybe reduce the external stimuli. Turn the TV down. Close the door a little bit. Try to get their attention. Because there's a lot of things that are competing for their attention, and we're just one of that noise. Does that make sense? Good? All right. Now, in all of that, I want you to remember, this is hard. This part is hard. Okay? I want you to remember that you are a stranger to them. You know your coworkers. You're there every day. You know your patients. You have a few of them. Your patients have multiple caregivers on multiple shifts, and they're all dressed alike. To them, you're a stranger. So when you're addressing your patient and you're walking in their room, come on in. You don't want to assume that they remember you. You don't want to just, walk in and start working on them. You are a stranger and they are vulnerable. So we have to keep this in mind. So when we're addressing our patients, we need to treat every single interaction as if it's the very first interaction we've ever had with them ever, because in their mind it might be. Don't assume they remember you. How are they supposed to remember you and all of that? Especially when you look like everybody else that's in here in pajamas, right? I know that in healthcare settings, we tend to color code our people now. It's a really big thing. Like all nurses are in navy, all CNAs are in red or whatever the color is at your facility. Your patients do not get a scorecard. They have no idea. No idea. That's more for administration, right? Because administration just sits around and makes up rules that nobody cares about, but that's what they do. Your patient does not have a scorecard. So we need to remember all of this when we're interacting with our patients. Does that make sense? And this sets the setting for our opening. Good? You guys understand all that? All right, one more thing about healthcare settings, particularly hospital settings. You guys probably don't really think too much about this. So if I need a break, if I need a vacation, and boy, do I need a vacation. If I need a break, I'm not going to call up my local hospital and say, hey, listen, I'd like to make a reservation for 3 days. Right? They don't take reservations, do they? Now, even if I think that I belong in a hospital, like I really need a break, I can't call up and make a reservation. I have to either get my doctor to send me to admit me, or I have to go through the ER. Now, the ER's job, they have one job. Keep people out of the hospital. That is their job. When you go to the ER, you've got to prove that you are dying to get a bed in that hospital. because they're most likely going to treat you and send you on your way. You're going to follow up with your doctor at home. Anybody ever have that experience? Yeah, it is really hard to get into the hospital from the ER. Their job is to keep you out. So that means that in order to get this bed, this empty bed over here, in order to get that bed, you've got to prove that you are sick enough to deserve that bed. So we take the very sickest people in our community and put them all in one house. We call it the hospital. That means that those people are super, super, super sick. And do you know what they brought to the hospital with them? That's right. All of their pathogens. That is correct. So that means that this facility has a ton of mean, scary, big, bad pathogens. Keep that in mind. We'll be talking about that more on Wednesday. Okay? Keep that in mind. All right. We also need to understand that every patient is going to be a little bit different. They're not all alike. You may have a perfectly pleasant little old lady that is just thrilled to be here because she hasn't had anybody to talk to in 6 months. And she is going to talk your ear off even when you don't want her to. You may have a grumpy old man right across the hall that does not want to be here and can't understand why the doctors aren't letting him go home. Okay, you're going to have all kinds of different patients. And we need to understand that we're going to treat each one of them a little bit differently. And we're going to have to adapt our communication based on the needs of that patient. We're also going to adapt the skills that we're going to learn to do based on the needs of each one of those patients. Every person is an individual. I'm looking around this room, and even though you all are here for the same reason, you are all here for CNA training. You are all here to embark on a brand new career. You're all different. Even though you're here for the same reason, you're all different. And I'm going to have to adapt my teaching to each one of your needs as I discover them. Does that make sense? Well, the nurses are going to adapt the skills to each one of our patients as they discover the need for them. But they need your help, just like I need your help to know how best to adapt the teaching to you. The nurses need your help to report observations to adapt the skills to the patients. Make sense? Okay. We can't treat all of our patients exactly the same because they're not. So patients are different, and differences are going to count. This lesson will help you kind of understand how that works. But suffice it to say that you can't always assume that all diabetic patients are exactly the same, or all hip replacement patients are exactly the same. They're all going to be a little bit different. They will have similarities, but they're going to be a little bit different. So as we're doing the skills, you're going to come up with, what if I make a mistake? I mean, that's going to be a very, very common question here. I forgot this step. What happens? What do I do? So I'm going to answer this in 2 ways. The first is for the test, and the second is real life, clinical. So for the test, if you make a mistake, you are allowed to correct it. You're allowed to correct it. You can correct any mistake at any time during the skill. I have a lesson on this on page 33. You can correct anything at any time. So when you realize that you made a mistake, that you forgot a step, you forgot a supply, whatever the case may be, all you have to do is say, correction, I would have whatever. Now, most of the time, the evaluators are going to need to see what it is that you were going to do, okay? But if it's an order step, I would have wet the toothbrush before I put toothpaste on it. You can just correct that verbally. Order things can be corrected verbally. Steps that you forgot to do, they're probably going to need to see them. But by acknowledging it, correction I would have, that allows them to know that you see that you forgot something. Okay, so that's for the test. Good? Makes sense? Now let's talk about clinical. You are going to get so good at these steps that you're not even going to think about them when you start working. You're going to give so many bed baths that you are going to be able to think about last night's whatever show you watched and not even think about what you're doing. Okay. You can't get there now because you don't have enough practice, right? You haven't developed any muscle memory. How many guys drive? Anybody drive? Have you ever gotten in your car, driven somewhere, got there, and realized that you have no memory of the drive? Okay, you just operated a multi-ton killing machine without your brain being actively involved. How were you able to do that? Okay, muscle memory. That's correct. Muscle memory. So there's something to muscle memory. The only way to get there is to do something repetitive over and over and over again. Remember I said I'm going to make this class easy, but you will have some work to do. That's the work you're going to have to do, is practice the skills in order to develop that muscle memory. So out there in the real world, you're probably not going to make very many mistakes because you're going to be so used to doing this that your body just kind of takes over and you do it. But if you do make a mistake, you need to own up to it, because at the end of every mistake is a patient consequence. So don't hide it. Don't deny it. Don't act like it didn't happen. Don't blame it on somebody else. You need to own up to it, report it, and then do whatever's necessary to make it right. Okay, because remember, at the end of every mistake is, not maybe, is a patient consequence. And if you don't report it, nobody else knows it happens. Nobody knows what to watch for. Okay, now I'll tell you how real this gets. There was a CNA about a year ago here in Florida that was helping a patient walk. The patient fell, hit their head. The CNA got the patient up, put him back in bed, never told anybody. 24 hours later, the patient was dead. They do an autopsy. They find bleeding on the brain from the fall and were able to trace it back and finally got the CNA to admit that, yes, this patient fell, and no, I didn't report it. Okay. So we need to understand that at the end of every mistake is a patient consequence. And by overlooking that and not owning up to it, not taking responsibility, that is how serious problems happen with our patients, because nobody's watching for the signs.
So I just have a question. So we're in the ALF, and we had an agency LPN come in. He dropped one of the residents. She had like blood all on her. He wiped it off, put her in bed, moved her, everything. Next thing you know, she has like a broken neck and blood on the brain. He's lost, like since that can be led to him, he would lose his license like immediately, right?
Not necessarily, no. They would have, in order to lose your license, there's a lot of legal principles there. In order to lose your license, you'd have to prove intent.
So it'd have to be like intentional that she like
right.
threw her on the ground. Like,
right. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not an opportunity to retrain, to educate. You know, that there's definitely a learning opportunity there for sure. And I'm sure that the Board of Nursing got involved because that's their job, is to oversee the practice of nurses. The fact that protocols were not followed, there's a lot wrong with that, because anytime there's a fall and a break in the skin, we have to do neuro checks. There's a whole process there that he missed. So yeah, there's going to be a consequence, but it's not an automatic loss of licensure. Yeah.
So like, but that's basically killing someone. That's basically someone committing a crime and killing a person and they go to jail. So that person doesn't go to jail? Like if that was like
Yeah.
a family member and they did
So I don't know what the legal ramifications are of that because I didn't follow that aspect of it. Chances are, yes, there was, there's certainly liability there. There was, because that's going against what you were taught to do. That's why I have to teach you these things, right? So that later on you can't say, well, I wasn't taught. Nobody told me, right? That's why I have to cover this. But it's, I know a lot of us are like, well, duh. Right? Why is she talking about this? Well, it's because if you do that somewhere down the road and I didn't cover this, you could come back and say, well, my teacher never told me that I had to tell somebody if I made a mistake.
I feel like people would still say that no matter what.
Oh, sure, they can, but we're live streaming.
I saw a post on Facebook and it was an elderly lady at a nursing home and she was like bruised up, banged up, like horribly, and the guy didn't get in trouble. Guy, girl, whatever it was.
I would like to tell you that we live in a perfect world and that all things are going to get caught and all CNAs are in it for the right reasons and that patients are never abused. That's why I do what I do, is because if I can get enough CNAs out here that have heart and compassion, maybe we can get rid of some of the ones that don't. So I wish I could tell you, but I can't. There are bad CNAs out there. There are. And I have a orange folder. You see that orange folder? That is what I call my ethics folder. And every time I see a news article on this, I print it off and I put it in my ethics folder. That is the 6th one. I've got volumes. So I wish I could tell you, but I can't. The best thing I can do is tell you what not to do. Don't be one of those. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, I'll give you a great example. I think it was South Carolina about 6 years ago. It was on video. These 2 CNAs beat this woman, beat her on video.
So they obviously lost their license.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I know that there was legal action taken against them. Yes, I do know that.
Was it on video because of like the cameras, or was it on video?
Oh no, they videotaped it for Snapchat or yeah.
That's horrible.
Mental illness exists even in the working world. I mean, yeah, mental illness exists even in the working world. So there was a LPN who in Arizona impregnated a patient.
Oh no.
Yeah. She had been a near drowning victim when she was like 2 and had no brain function. She was in a nursing home as a custodial patient. She was comatose. She could not give consent for sexual activity. She was raped by the nurse. And she got pregnant. And the only way they knew she was pregnant is because she gave birth. The CNA was bathing her and she's moaning, and the CNA goes to finish bathing her and there is a baby coming out. So, she was tube fed, so she never gained any, you don't gain any weight. The calorie, it's just calories. So yeah, I wish I could tell you that people were good. People are not good. We need to be good. We need to outnumber the not good. Right? So the point of this is not to point out how many bad people there are. I mean, that's not the point of this.
It's an awareness.
The point of this is to know that when we make a mistake, professionalism is owning up to it. But we also need to watch our patients, because you can't assume that all of your coworkers are doing the right thing. So if you see something, say something. Don't protect your coworkers. Your goal is to protect the patient. And that may mean protecting them from your coworkers. Okay, good. So at the end of every skill that you do, remember you have 3 skills. You guys remember this, right? We have 3 skills. At the end of each skill, not skill set, each skill, you are going to have to tell the evaluator you're done. So you're going to say like, my skill is done, my task is complete, I'm finished, however you want to say it, nobody cares. Pick one, right? But you're going to have to say that you're done before you move to the next skill. Now, when you say you're done, it's kind of like a red buzzer on a game show, right? You're locking in that answer. Because when you say I'm done, you are then declaring you have no more corrections to make. So if you get halfway into the second skill and you go, oh no, I forgot to use a privacy blanket on the first skill, you cannot correct it. You've already said the first skill is done. Make sense? They're not going to let you go to the second skill until you end the first one. So you're in complete control of that, though. They're not ending the skill for you. You can take the time to think about your skill. I would go look at that care plan one more time before I ended the skill. Because remember, our life is all about following the care plan, right? So you have total control over that. You end the skill when you are absolutely sure that there are no more corrections to make. And then you go to your next skill. Okay, good. Remember, you can't make corrections after you say my skill is done. So again, I would reread that care plan one more time. Sometimes I get ahead of my slides. All right, so most of the time you actually have to perform the steps. So they're going to say we need to see that. Like you can't say, yeah, I would have given a partial bed bath. That's not a correction, right? You got to do the steps. But you can say, yeah, I would have wet the washcloth before I put soap on it. Okay, good? Makes sense? All right, so let's learn how we're going to go, how this class is going to progress, and then we'll get into the opening. So if you look at your syllabus, this piece of paper, there's 4 columns. There's also 8 rows or sections. You can see class 1 Monday, that's today. The first column is what we're going to cover in class. The second column is your reading assignment. Most of this I go over in class. Okay, they're the lectures that we give, but you can read that information for follow-up for more information. Third column is homework, dreaded homework. We'll get to that in a minute. Fourth column is additional activities. Most of these we get done during the class, but some you may have to do on your own as well. But let's go to the first column here. In-class skills. So skill rules, we've already learned that, right? We follow the whole care plan and nothing but, okay. So we've already learned that. We're about to learn the opening and closing. I know I only have an hour. It seems like we have a lot to go. We actually don't. This goes really quick once I lay the foundation. We're going to learn hand washing and we're going to learn about indirect care. So we still have a lot to do. But let's say for some reason you can't come to class on Wednesday, okay? And you can't remote in, your internet is down, whatever. You would want to go watch the videos for glove removal, pulse, dressing the resident, and range of motion. Read these lessons, do these activities, and that would get you caught up. Okay, good? All right. You'll see on next Monday, I need you to bring a blood pressure cuff and stethoscope to class. Please try to get one that's not attached. The ones that are attached don't work as well, right? We want a professional set. And then class 4 Wednesday, we're going to register for the state exam. I'm going to tell you all about the payment, the timeline, how the whole thing works, dress code, all of that on next Wednesday. So you guys see what we're going to be doing each class.
Okay, so next Wednesday is not when we pay for
No. I'm going to give you the test registration paperwork. We're going to go over it. Okay. You're going to register when you want to. Okay. So some people have to wait on paychecks or vacations or, things like that. Okay. So you'll register on your own. So this provides our blueprint, tells us how we're going to do what we're doing. Now, if you look in the second column for today, you'll see what to expect on the CNA exam. We've already done that. We talked about that, didn't we? Delegation and liability, we've covered that as well. Patient considerations, right? What the patient's going to be like. We covered that. Testing care plans, we've talked about that. And the principles, let's puzzle this out. We've talked about that as well. So you can see we've already done all of that. If you come back here to the additional activities, we learned about our 5 key phrases. We did the care plan activity. Those were the questions that you answered. We talked about corrections, and we've talked about skills grading. So most of what we have left to do in class today is going to be here, the doing. But let's talk about homework. This book, the yellow book, is your homework book. Do not write in this book. Do not highlight. Do not make notes. Do not color. You will be turning this book back into me on the last day of class. But you don't bring it back and forth to class. We don't work out of this book. This is just for homework reading. So you're going to take it home and leave it there. Don't bring it back and forth. Take it home and leave it there. You're just going to read in it between classes. So on Mondays, between Monday and Wednesday, you're going to have 1 chapter to read. Between Wednesday and the following Monday, you have 2 chapters. So 1 chapter between classes, 2 chapters over the weekend. Make sense? And that's what's all detailed on that syllabus. So we're going to go home tonight and read chapter 1 in the yellow book. But just reading isn't enough. Have you ever read something like your eyes go across the page and then you realize, I have no idea what I just read? Yeah, that doesn't help us. So we're going to take a test. Now, the test is located in the white book. Remember, you can write in the white book. That one's yours. So if you go to page 181 of the white book, you'll see the test. Now, some of you guys are going to take some shortcuts here. There are some of you that are going to take this test and go, yeah, I got all these. I know this. I don't need to do the reading. Well, all you did was prove what you do know. You have no idea what you don't know. You don't know where your learning gaps are. If you knew where your learning gaps are, you would fill them. You don't know what your gaps are. Do the reading, guys. I know it's boring. I know, but do the reading. Because there's probably something in there that you don't know. And you don't know that you don't know it. Got it? Do the reading. Don't just rely on these tests as a gauge. These tests will just kind of help you go over and make sure you got some of the high points. Good? Down here, this matching, these are the vocabulary that I need you to know. But just taking the test isn't going to help you. You really need to know if you passed it. And the very last page, page 201 of the book, is your answer key. So you're going to go home, read chapter 1 in the yellow book. You're going to take the test on page 181 of the white book, and then you're going to grade it using 201. Good? When you come back to class on Wednesday, I'm going to go right down my list. And I am going to say, Kendra, how did you do? Brittany, how did you do? Lashadra, how did you do? And you're going to tell me how many you missed. Or you can tell me what your grade is, because this is your grading scale. If you missed 2, you got a 90. Okay? So you can either tell me your grade or how many you missed. So if you look on the front of your yellow book, the front cover, there is a Y and a number. Y1, Y10, Y whatever. When I call your name, please tell me what your book number is. Kendra. Brittany.
515.
Lashadra.
Y12, sorry.
Thank you. Sahar.
Y6.
Korea.
Y2.
Chelsea.
Y3.
Catherine.
Y14.
Jordan.
Y11.
Megan.
Y1.
Tanaya, Aaliyah, Ricky,
Y8.
Lori,
Y4.
Nadine.
Y8.
Yeah, I know. I've got 2 Y8s. Jasmine
Y7.
and Jamie, I believe, is in the bathroom. Can you tell me what her number is?
Y5.
Y5. All right. That's how I keep track of who has what book. Please bring these books back to me at the end. Even if you stop coming to class, please bring my book back to me because otherwise the next class won't have enough to work with. Okay. All right. Any questions on the syllabus and how this class works? All right. We're going to go through how to use the study guide now. So if you go to page 52, I'm going to show you how we're going to use this book to learn all of the skills. Page 52. This part goes pretty quick. So this is the page for pulse. Okay, it says measure, record, radial pulse. Now, if we're going to take a pulse, there's some principles that are involved. So skill rules, because we're going to follow the care plan. We're going to do the opening, evaluate if we need gloves. We need some pulse specific steps, and we have the closing. Good? These, if you read them, tells you exactly how to do the skill. These are the test specific steps for pulse. And down here, actually, here we go. So you can see the puzzle. I forget to go through this. You can see all the puzzle pieces that affect this skill. See how some of these are grayed out? You can't really see them. That means that we're not using a barrier or a privacy blanket. Linen rules don't apply. We don't have to worry about scoot and roll, washing rules, basin cleaning, or shoe rules. Those principles don't apply to this skill. They will apply to others, though. So when you're looking at that, you can kind of see at a glance which rules are going to apply, which principles. Does that make sense? Okay. These are the actual principles written out for you to remind you. These are short steps. We're going to get into the detailed steps in a minute. These are pulse specific steps. And I have a video. So I told you that our videos are being used by people all over the country. You know, we're like 35 million views now. So I have a video for this that you guys can watch. It's on YouTube. It's on my website. It's in the course. We've got all your bases covered. Okay. I'm going to show it to you in class, but you may want to review it later because we're going to go over pulse on Wednesday. And then we've got 6 more classes with lots more skills. So by the time you get to the end, you're not going to remember pulse. So this tells you there's a video to help you out with that. Okay, anytime you see that little video or that little clapboard thing, means I have a video. Then at the bottom, you have test-specific information. So on this test-specific information, you're going to see things like how much time this skill should take somebody with your level of experience. Not my level, your level of experience, which is none, right? So dressing a resident, somebody like you should be able to dress a resident with a weak arm within 14 minutes or less. And they're not even wiggly toddlers. So easy. Okay, they give you way more time than you need. It'll also tell you whether the skill is going to be done on a mannequin or another testing student. Remember, we talked about that, right? But there are some skills. So like here, you'll see testing student. And there are some skills that are just a little too personal to be done on other testing students. So we use a mannequin for that. So if you see a mannequin in that space, that means that the skill is going to be done on a mannequin for the test. So this is dressing, bathing, peri-care, catheter care.
So for the pulse, it says for the repeat with second evaluator. So you're going to have to do the pulse twice.
Right. And we're going to get into that on Wednesday in detail. And I'll explain about the second evaluator in Florida. Yeah. Yep. Some skills will start with the patient in bed, like here. Other skills will start with a patient in a chair. That little strip will tell you where to put your patient when you're at home practicing. Okay. And then it tells you whether documentation is required. If you remember, I told you there are 4 documentation skills. Everybody gets a documentation skill. These care plan sets have an ADL skill, a mobility skill, and a documentation skill. So the 4 documentation skills are pulse, empty the drainage bag, respirations, and feeding. You will get one of these. Will. Not might, will. You will get one of these. So if documentation is required, you'll see on the skills page, the documentation form. You'll see that in a minute. And then in your book, I don't have a slide on this, in your skills book on page 168 and 169, you'll see the actual documentation forms used on the test. So you guys can make copies of that and practice with them. So you can get used to how the documentation is going to work on the test. And I have them in here too on the documentation clipboard. Okay, so if you go back to page 53. So we just looked at 52, right, with all the principles on it. 53 tells us how to do the skill. So 52 is the overview, kind of the high level. 53 is the step-by-step instructions. Now, I'm detailed, guys. I am really detailed. There is nothing that I don't put in here. To show you this, we're going to talk about peanut butter and jelly. How many steps does it take? How many of you guys have made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Okay. How many steps does it take to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? 3?
I'd say 5.
5, okay. A little more detail. All right.
You toast the bread? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
It depends on what I do. If I toast it, like 6.
Okay.
Like 10 steps.
10 steps, okay. All right. Getting closer. There's actually 42.
Oh, wow.
42 steps.
42 steps for one?
Ah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You gotta buy the bread.
Well, not even buy it. Bake the bread. No. Okay, so let me take you through this really quickly to show you. Okay, so let's say we're going to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. First thing we need is bread, and that's usually in a cabinet, a pantry, something like that. So we're going to open the pantry, get our bread, close the pantry. We're going to take that little twist tie thing off, open the wrapper, get our 2 slices of bread, do the little spinny thing, put our wrapper back on. Yeah, so now we have to have somewhere to put that bread. Where are we going to put it? So we got to open the cabinet, get a plate, put it on the counter, close that. You have to close that cabinet. I'm going to bump my head. I'm short. So we'll close the cabinet, put the bread on the plate. Now we need peanut butter. That's in a cabinet or a pantry. So you open the door, get the peanut butter, close the door, put the peanut butter on the counter. Now we need jelly. Where's that? So you're going to open the fridge, look for a while, call mom. Mom, where's the jelly? Right? Find the jelly, close fridge, put the jelly on the counter. Now you need something to spread that peanut butter and jelly with. What do you need? Knife. So you got to open the drawer, get the knife, close the drawer, put the knife on the plate. Now we're ready, but you can't get past those lids. What do you have to do? You got to unscrew the lid, put it on the counter, unscrew the jelly lid, put it on the counter. Now you can pick up your knife, get your peanut butter, spread it on the bread, wipe it off on the other side of the bread, get some jelly, spread that on the bread, put the knife in the sink. Don't leave it on the counter. Put the knife in the sink. Dishwasher, it's even better. And now we're going to put our lid back on our jelly, open our refrigerator, put it away, close the refrigerator, put the lid back on the peanut butter, open the pantry, put it away, close the pantry, put your 2 slices of bread together, and now you can eat. We never toasted it. We didn't cut it, nothing like that. 42 steps. Okay, now if I can be that detailed with peanut butter and jelly, just imagine what I can do with partial bed bath. Okay, so when you look at these steps, I don't want you to freak out thinking, oh my gosh, there's 19 steps to pulse. I am covering every single step in detail so you don't have to think. Got it? But that means that you've got to follow every one of these steps to the letter. Otherwise, your peanut butter and jelly is not going to come out right. But if peanut butter and jelly was 42 and this is only 19, that means that this is way easier than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Got it? Okay. Why is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich easy? 42 steps.
There's no care.
Why is it easy?
There's no care.
Okay, no care plan.
Oh, you said why is it?
Why is it easy?
Because it's just
Why?
a normal thing you do.
Oh, everyday task. You've done it a million times. You don't think about it, do you? Now, I didn't make up any of those steps, did I? They're all real steps. I didn't add anything.
You just don't think about all this stuff.
You don't think about it. That's right. You don't think about it. Now, I want you to get to the point that you're not thinking about all 19 steps of pulse. You're just doing it. Now, if you look at the page before, page 52, you see that gray box? I've cut it down to that, 5-step peanut butter and jelly for you. I assume you've done it once or twice and you know the steps. Make sense? Good? Method to my madness. All right, so at the top of the page on 53, this is a skills page. All skills pages are laid out the same. You can see the care plan. What do we know about that care plan? Okay, they're going to be lying in the bed. What does it tell us to do?
Take the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record your readings.
Okay, so it tells us what to do and how to do it.
And how long to do it.
Yeah, so if we follow that care plan, we're going to pass the test. Easy peasy. These steps are going to tell you how to do that. Okay. At the bottom of the page, you see your supplies. Supplies for this one, super easy. You need a watch or a clock, you need a pen, and you need a documentation form. Super easy. And then you've got step-by-step instructions in the middle. But each one of these steps corresponds to the checklist, right? If I've got a step listed here, it's not for my health. It's because this checklist needs that step. Even if you don't think it's important, the checklist needs that step. So I'm going to show you how to do every single one of these skills according to those checklists. And that's why my students pass. It's all rooted in the test. But they're good steps. They're things we should be doing. Now, on every single lesson, including skills pages, you're going to have a gray box here that has comprehension questions. I'm all about getting you involved in the learning. I could stand up here and talk until I'm blue in the face, but that's only going to get you halfway. You need to be involved in the learning process. So if you can answer these questions after the skill is demonstrated to you, you've got it. You're in good shape. Okay? All right. Now, what you have in here is only half of what I offer. It's a good half. Gets you a lot of information, but it's only half. You guys are going to get an invitation to the online course after class today. So this afternoon, you're going to get an email from me that says you have been invited to a group. Accept the invitation. When you accept the invitation, it takes you to the course. You're going to create your account, and it's going to give you access to the online course. Now, this is not like an online course that other people have. My courses are completely different. My courses are interactive. They're designed to get you involved in the learning process. Okay, and I'm going to show you how that works in just a few minutes. But this is 100 lessons. It's a great review. It'll put into practice what you're learning, and that's the whole point. And we're going to see how this works in just a few minutes when we're learning the opening, because I'm going to show you the course as well as the classroom. So if you go to page 30, let's start learning the opening. Now remember, Principles are steps that are repeated across multiple skills. So if you look at a principle, when we're learning the principles, this is our first skill principle. We're learning, you'll see what skills that principle is featured in. What can you tell me about the opening? What skills? It's in all of them. So we got to learn it. Right? It's one of the big 4. So every single skill is going to start with the opening. Every opening is going to start with a knock. You're going to hear me say that about 30 times through this course. Every skill begins with an opening. Every opening begins with, okay, why is that important? Remember I said on testing day, you're going to be nervous? Some of you will be throwing up in the parking lot, right? You're going to be nervous. When you're nervous, your brain tends to blank. How many of you are afraid you're going to get into the testing room and forget? Yeah, common, very common. Most people are afraid of that. So you're going to hear me say every skill begins with the opening. Every opening begins with a knock about 30 times. Now, the reason that I'm doing that is because when your brain blanks, I don't want you to have to remember anything but that. Every skill begins with the opening. Every opening begins with a knock. So when your brain blanks, the only thing I want you to remember is I have to start my skill. Every skill begins with, every opening begins with. Once you get past that first step, the rest of it will come. Okay? It is a way of overcoming that stress reaction. Got it? Every skill begins with, every opening begins with a knock. Now you know how to start every skill, even when your brain goes to mush. Okay? Good? You can see down here, I have a video. I'm not going to show you the video, but I have one. All right. So on page 31, it gives you detailed instructions on this opening thing. But let's go through it step by step. So here are the steps of the opening. We're going to knock, greet the resident, address by name, introduce yourself, describe the skill, obtain permission, close the curtain, wash your hands, gather supplies. Wow, a lot of steps. Let's go through them one by one. Okay, so this is in the course. So I took a screenshot of the course, and I have a lesson called The Opening, and that's where the video is. So you can actually watch the video inside the course. It's also on my YouTube. It's also on my website. I've got this everywhere. But this is going to lead you through all of those specific steps. Oops. Thought I had it in here. I don't. Okay, so let me go through each one of these steps with you. So every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Why is that important? Well, remember, your patients are grumpy, grouchy, irritable, sleep-deprived, medicated, and in an insecure area. Imagine for a second you're that patient, and you finally drift off to sleep, and you hear some sound, and your eyes slowly open, and there's a complete stranger standing over you with a sharp object. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm probably going to hit first and ask questions later. Oh, yeah. So most of the time when you have a patient who we label non-compliant or combative, a lot of times it's our approach that sets that stage. If your patient feels threatened, they're going to react with physical violence. That is fight or flight. It's ingrained in us. It's important. So knocking actually helps reduce that reaction because it keeps our patient's area secure. If they're sleeping, they know that nobody is going to physically touch them if everybody is knocking before they enter. Does that make sense? Okay. It's kind of like the same thing of you going to sleep at night, leaving all your doors and windows wide open for anybody or anything to come in. you're probably not going to be able to sleep very well. But that's what we do to our patients all the time. So knocking becomes very, very important. Make sense? Okay. Once we've knocked, for the test, we don't have to wait for a come in. The door is theoretically open. Okay. Still going to knock, but we don't have to wait for the patient to say anything. We can just enter. Once we enter, though, we need to greet our resident, and we have to greet them by name, not with an ID band. For the test, you won't have an ID band. And that's because most settings don't have ID bands. Where do you guys live? Do you live in a house, a home? Live in a home? Okay. In your home, where you live, when you walk in the door, do you put an ID band on so everybody there knows who you are? Why? Yeah, it's your home, right? It's where you live. Everybody there should know you. So most places where you're going to find patients, it's where they live. They don't have ID bands, just like you don't have ID bands. Yes, you will see them in hospitals and in same-day surgery centers, places where people are short time. Okay, but even those can be wrong. Took my granddaughter to the hospital. They put my daughter's ID band on her. Yeah. She was there for like 45 minutes before I caught it. ID bands are not always correct. Okay. So when you go to the doctor's office, do they put an ID band on you at the doctor's office? No, they put you in a room and you sit there and wait forever for the doctor to come in. And when the doctor comes in, they usually ask you, what is your name? Or they come in and, what's your name? Lori. So this is Lori, everybody. Lori, say hi, Lori. So if I walked in to Lori's room and I said, so hi, Kimberly, how are you today? Okay, because you are clearly not Kimberly, right? You're Lori, correct? Got it? So when somebody calls you by a name that is not yours, you generally tell them that's not me because she does not want what I've got in store for Kimberly. Okay. So patients are the same way. Patients, when you call them by name, will tell you, they self-identify. They'll tell you if that's not them. It's actually the safest way to identify a patient is verbally. Make sense? Now, I know some of you in your brains are going, wait, what about dementia patients? What about people who can't identify themselves? Well, let's back up to the first hour of this program. As the nurse, new patient comes in, I do a head-to-toe assessment. I'm looking for real problems and potential problems. So not being able to identify themselves is clearly a potential problem. So that means that I have to address that by putting some process in place and indicating it on the care plan. Oh, we already solved that problem. Good? Make sense? So for the test, every skill starts with an opening, every opening starts with a knock, and then we address our patient. Okay? We're going to greet them and address them by name. So, hi, Mrs. Jones. Okay. If it's not Mrs. Jones, she's going to let me know. Then I need to tell them who and what I am. I just can't come in and say, hey, I'm Patty. So, are you Patty, the person with the cookies? I like that, Patty. Are you Patty, the person with a needle? Not so much, right? You can't just tell them your name. You have to tell them your name and title so they kind of know what role you're about to play in their life. So, my opening would sound like this. Hi, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. Now, I always like to ask, how are you? How are you doing? How's your day going? I like to ask something. Remember, at the top of all this, it's always about the patient. But it also gives me usable information. Because if I get into my opening, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? if she says, oh, I'm horrible, I'm nauseous, my head hurts, I feel crappy, and I'm supposed to be walking this patient somewhere, that's not going to happen. She's nauseous in her head. I'm not getting her up. So I can just kind of stop there and go let the nurse know, right? I don't have to get into my whole skill before I find out. That makes sense? So finding out a little bit about your patient can actually help you with time management. So I like to ask, how are you today? And then I'm going to tell them what I'm there to do. Now, for the test, you can put this in any way you want to. Put it in your own words. I'm here to take you for a walk. Okay. I'm here to feed you a snack. You can also, if you're super nervous and your brain went to mush and you can't remember how to say this, you can read it right off the care plan. I am here to measure and record pulse. You can read it right off. I don't recommend that, because we want to make our patients feel human, right? But you can read it off care. They're not grading you on how you introduce the skill. But you do have to get permission because patients have the right to refuse anything at any time for any reason. So I want to ask, is that okay? So here is my opening. Hi, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Great. I need to insert name of skill here. Is that okay? Now, remember for the test, I told you would get a skill and you're going to be pleasant and cooperative when you're playing the patient. So your answer is always going to be yes. Okay. Teach your people at home, remember live people, that they need to be saying yes. Okay. Now, once I get a yes, then I'm ready to promote privacy. Okay. Because I'm not going to do the skill out in the open. Patients require privacy. I don't want to pull the privacy curtain before I get permission because that's a little presumptuous. Right? Makes patient feel like maybe they really don't have a choice. So we're going to wait till we get that permission, and then we're going to close the curtain. But who touches those curtains?
Everybody.
Oh, everybody. Yeah. And housekeeping, no shade on housekeeping. Housekeeping is awesome. But they only take that curtain down and physically wash it about once a year.
Oh my God.
Now, in between, they spray it with a disinfectant spray. Okay. But everybody touches it. So do you think that curtain should be considered clean or dirty? Dirty. So after we close that curtain, what do you think we want to do? Wash our hands. Those two things should be tied in your brain forever. Close curtain, curtain's dirty, wash your hands. Good? Questions? Once you have clean hands, then you can get your clean supplies. Can't get supplies until your hands are clean. We're going to get into that on Wednesday a little bit more. But our opening is, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. The testing principle that's important here. Do not touch the resident until your hands are clean. This checkpoint can fail you. Now, the reason that it could fail you if you violate that checkpoint, remember earlier today, I said that patients in clinical facilities have lots of pathogens. You have been in that clinical facility, touching all kinds of things, and our patients are currently fighting something off. Their immune system is busy. Whatever brought them here has got their immune system working overtime. You bring another pathogen to the party, and it could likely kill them because they don't have the immune system to fight it off. Does that make sense? Yes. We're going to talk a little bit more about that on Wednesday, but that is super, super important. If you touch that patient before you wash your hands, it could potentially fail you on the exam. And that's important. Good? Question? Somebody had a question.
Yes, I do. It could be. I know there's no dumb question, but
No dumb question.
Basically, like you see in hospitals, a lot of times everyone always puts gloves on. I know you'll get to that point when the whole gloves, but when you get the supplies and you're going to the patient, aren't you gonna want to put gloves on?
We're going to talk about gloves in detail on Wednesday. So as much as I want to answer that question, I'm going to kind of put you off until Wednesday. I have a whole hour-long lecture on this, and it's going to explain the whys behind all of it. Okay? So right now, we're going to focus on this part, and we'll add in gloves coming up. Good? Questions? Everybody good with that? So our order here matters. This has to be done in this order. No deviation at all. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty, and I'm your CNA today. How are you? You can throw that in if you want to. It's not required for the test. I am here to insert name of skill. Is that okay? Close curtain. Wash hands. Don't touch patient until hands are clean. Got it? We're going to see. All right. So we're going to do an activity. These are the activities that you will see in the online program. I have one for every single skill and principle. So we're going to put these steps in order. Remember I said order matters? Let's do this together. Of course, online, you're going to drag and drop these with your mouse or your finger, right? You're going to do this, but we're going to kind of do it together on the screen. All right, so what is our first step?
Read the care plan. Knock. Read the care plan.
Oh yeah, read the care plan.
Yeah, we need to know what we have to do with each patient. So I know that was a little tricky, wasn't it? A little tricky. So we're going to read that care plan. Very good. Now what do you want to do? Now we're going to knock. Very good. Now what do you want to do?
Identify the patient.
I got to make sure we're working with the right patient. So we'll identify our patient by name and then say our name and title. You see how this is starting to get your brain to work a little bit? All right, what's next?
Explain your task.
Explain task. All right.
Close curtain.
Close curtain. Okay. Close curtain. Wash hands and gather supplies. Let's see if we're right. Yep, we got a gold star. Yay. Okay. So every single skill and principle that we're going to learn in here, I have the sequencing activity for, and it'll help you put it into order. So you're getting familiar with the steps and the order for those steps. Now, if we'd gotten it wrong and we hit retry, it would scramble them all. It doesn't keep the ones that you got right. It scrambles them all and you start over. So it's called forced repetition, which is a really good way to learn. Okay. Does that help you guys? Okay. So now that we know the opening, and that's how every skill is going to start, now let's turn our attention to the closing. So this is how every skill is going to end. Awesome. Congratulations, Tina. Thank you for your videos. I just passed my state exam. Yay. All right, so just like the opening, the closing is featured in every single skill. So we have to learn this to be able to perform it properly. So let's learn the steps of the closing. We have a lesson on this, page 35. And again, I've got a video on it. You'll see the video in the course. You can watch the video if you want. It's an animated video like what we saw earlier today. I don't show you all the videos that I've created because I talk. But they are available for you. So when we're talking about the closing, there's 8 main C's, what we call the C's of the closing. So closing starts with C. All these things start with C. And the thing about the closing is the first 6 steps don't really matter. You can do them in any order. Nobody cares. Like the opening, the order mattered. The first 6 steps of the closing, nobody really cares. You can do them any way you want to. The last steps are the ones that count. Those have to be done in order. Okay. So let's go through this. We have to make sure our patient is clean and safe. So we want to make sure they're in a clean environment. People rest better when their environment is uncluttered. So take a minute to look around. Is everything neat and tidy? Does the trash need to be taken out? You know, is there a food tray there that needs to be removed? Look around. Is the environment clean, tidy? We also want to make sure that they're safe. So in order to do that, the bed needs to be in the lowest position, closest to the ground. We're going to get into that a little bit later on in the program. I have a whole lesson on that, but clean and safe. We want to ask about comfort, and for the test, they actually need to hear that word, comfortable. So we want to ask, are you comfortable? They have to hear that word. Now, part of comfort, though, is going to be addressing preferences. So does the head of the bed need to be up or down? You know, do they want to sit up to watch TV? Do they want to lay down and take a nap? You know, what does the head of the bed need to do? Comfort is also emotional as well. People are human, and humans need entertainment, distraction. So how many of you guys, if you have nothing to do, how many of you guys flip through your phones? Yeah, phones are a distraction. When was the last time you just sat with nothing to do and stared at a wall? No, you need entertainment. You need distraction, right? It's not a want, it's a need. You're not just going to stare at a wall. Well, your patients aren't either. So we need to ask, do you want the TV on? Do you want a magazine? We need to address the emotional component as well of comfort. It's not just physical. Good? Make sense? Okay, so we're going to ask about comfort and address preferences. We want to make sure the patient is covered if they're in bed. So this lady here, if we have her, sorry guys. Okay, how comfortable do you think she is? Oh yeah, she's cold. She's exposed. She is laying down, which is vulnerable. Laying down is vulnerable, guys. She is not dressed for company. Okay. Not much on under that patient gown, by the way. Okay. And she's cold. This is not acceptable. If your patient is in bed, they need to be covered. Yeah, absolutely. We want to open that privacy curtain, right? Because we don't need privacy now that the skill is done. And if you leave that curtain closed all the time, it isolates the patients. Patients that are isolated tend to get depressed. Patients that are depressed don't heal well.
So if they're hot, do you let the nurse know? So like
Yeah, absolutely. So that brings up a really good question, right? Because that just, you know, they're hot. Yeah. Why would we care? But hot can also mean fever. Hot can mean infection. Hot can mean hot flashes. It could be anything, right? Are we allowed to decide why the hot? No, the hot is an observation. So what do we do with those? Report it to the nurse, because this patient may be starting an infection and the signs have this first sign, right? So even something as simple as hot. And trust me, in a hospital, if somebody's hot, there's a reason for it, because they keep those places at sub-zero, right?
Yeah, so basically if like you can't cover them completely, but you tell the patient I have to cover you, but I'll go get the nurse.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Yep. Or if they insist, you know, I don't want that sheet on. Okay, no problem. But I'm going to go let the nurse know. Yeah, he doesn't want the sheet on. Don't know why. You might want to go figure it out. Okay. But yeah, so that would be an observation. And even something that's simple, right, that we wouldn't even think about still needs to be reported. Good? Because there could be a whole lot of things hiding behind that hot. All right. So we're going to open that privacy curtain, and we're going to give the patient the call light. Now, I like to tell patients how to use it. If you need me, press the red button. Remember, they are tired and distracted and cranky and self-absorbed. They may not remember how to use the call light. So every time I hand somebody a call light, it doesn't take me a half a second to say, press the red button if you need me. Okay, so I give them call light and instructions on how to use it. So all of those things, doesn't matter what order we do them in, but it sounds something like this. I always thank my patients. They're the reason I have a job. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? You're not covered. Let me cover you. Here you go. We'll just pull that sheet up. There you go. And here's your call light. We'll find that later. Okay, here's your call light. If you need anything, just press the button. I'm going to open the curtain. Okay, yeah, she does. All right, so I've covered all of those steps that the order doesn't matter. Okay, so thank you very much, Mrs. Jones. Are you comfortable? Is there any, I always ask, is there anything else I can get you while you're here? And let me explain why. You're going to have way too many patients and way too many things to do with those patients than you can safely perform in a shift. It's just the way the industry works right now. Okay. We are all overworked. Absolutely. I'll be the first to admit it. But there's a way to streamline your profession, and that's to try to minimize call light usage. Because every time a call light goes off, it interrupts your workflow, what you're doing with this patient. You got to stop and go back, and it really wrecks your time management. Make sense? So if I'm already in this room and I ask the patient, is there anything else you need? And I genuinely mean it, not as I'm walking out the door, right? Genuinely mean it. She's going to tell me, yeah, I'm a little cold. Can I get a blanket before you go? No problem. I'm already here. I'll go get a blanket, put it on her. But if I don't ask that, or I ask it insincerely and she doesn't think I mean it, this is what's going to happen. She has nothing to do. Nothing to do. So she's laying there and she's cold. She's already cold. She has nothing to distract her. So what do you think she's going to focus on?
Trying to get a blanket.
Yeah, I'm cold. I really wish I had a blanket. And after about 5 or 10 minutes of herself working herself up, she's going to hit that call light and ask for a blanket. Absolutely. So I'm going to stop what I'm doing. I'm going to come in. What do you need? Here's your blanket. Now I'm getting irritated, right? So I leave. I didn't ask her again, and she's thirsty. So she waits 10 or 20 minutes, but now she's really thirsty because she can't stop thinking about how much she's thirsty. So what do you think she's going to do? Hit the call light. Can I get some water? Sure. So I go out and get her water, come back in. Here's your water. And I don't ask her. I leave the room. Now I'm really irritated, right? And once she drinks water, water in has to equal water. So what do you think she's going to have to do? Yeah, so after about 20 minutes, you know what she's going to do? Hit the call light, right? Now, if the very first interaction I had said, is there anything else I can get for you? Would you like a blanket before I go? Are you cold? How about some water? Right, I'm already there. 2 seconds. I can take care of everything she needs before I leave. Keeps her off the call light. It makes my time management way easier because I'm not getting interrupted every 5 minutes. Does that make sense? So I mean it when I ask my patients, is there anything else I can get for you?
Sorry, I keep having so many questions. Just keeps popping into my
head.
So basically, you're with the person presses the call button, you're with a patient. Do you finish with that patient and then go see the patient that pressed the button, or are you supposed to leave right away?
I'm going to defer to your facility on that, what your facility trains you to do. Do you guys know, I'm running low on time. Do you guys know where the worst place to have a heart attack is? Hospital. Do you know why?
Everybody's always busy. Everyone's busy.
Yep. And they assume that call light is for water or a blanket or a TV remote, and they don't answer it promptly. Worst place to have a heart attack is in the hospital because you will not get prompt attention.
I had to wait 30 minutes after pressing a call late at the hospital.
Yeah. Isn't that horrible? Like, where do you go when you have a heart attack usually?
The hospital.
The hospital, right? You'd think, okay, I'm already here. It's a great place to have a heart attack. I'm right on site. No transport necessary. Worst place to have a heart attack. Yeah. So if you're asking me personally what to do when a call light goes off, every call light should be treated as an emergency.
So just be like, I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Keep them covered, safe in the middle of the bed. You can leave them, go take care of the emergency. In a perfect world, if you're treating your patients well and you're taking care of all of their needs while you're at the bedside, call lights really should be emergencies, right? So that's not the real world, though. Okay. So I'm going to tell you to go by your facility policy. If I ran the world, things would be done a lot different. All right. So my closing is thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else you need while I'm here? Here's your call light. Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? I'm going to open the curtain. Use the red button if you need me. I'm going to go wash my hands. Remember that curtain is dirty. If I touch a curtain, what do I need to do? Wash my hands. That's why those steps don't matter. Okay. So comfort, covered, curtain, call light, clean environment, that however you do that, nobody cares. Whatever order you want to do it. But once you've done those things, you need to go wash your hands because you got all kinds of patient cooties on you. So you've got to wash your hands. Now, if you have to document or chart, another C, right? If you have to chart, you only chart after you've washed your hands because that pen, where's my pen? This pen goes in my pocket, in and out of every patient room. It also goes home with me at the end of the day. So if I'm going to chart, I only want to touch my pen with clean hands. And then once I'm done charting, I'm going to wash my hands again because the checkpoint is end skill with clean hands. So it's the very last thing we do at the end of every skill is wash our hands. Good? Make sense? Somebody had a question?
Yeah. If you like, if you're closing, if you have the curtain closed and you actually accidentally brush the curtain with your hands while about to do a skill, you have to rewash your hands, right?
I would personally. I would, just because I know that curtain isn't clean and my patient doesn't need any more pathogens to deal with.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to keep myself as clean as possible, but that's why I use my elbow. My elbow does a lot of work. It really does. My elbow does a lot of work. So if I've got clean hands, my elbow is never clean. It's considered dirty because I'm not washing it. So.
So you're saying for yourself, like even if you're like covering the patient, after that you would wash your hands before you do something different on them, or
no, when you're all done with the patient, yeah, think of everything that you're touching in the patient environment, all those cooties, but they're the patient's cooties. So you can touch a call light and give it to the patient. You can pull the covers up. There's all the patient's cooties. They have their cooties in their environment. But once you're done with the patient's environment, you need to go wash those cooties off your hands, right? Before we go to the next patient and cootie up there with their cooties. We just want to try to limit cross-contamination of cooties. Okay? And the cootie shot you got in second grade does not count. Okay. So good? Questions? Okay, so again, I've got a video for this in the online course. You can watch the video. And then there's an activity. And the activity for this is a little bit different because remember, the order doesn't matter here, right? So I've asked you to indicate all the things that we have to do during the closing. So we would want to open the curtain. We want to ask if they're comfortable and if they need a magazine. We're going to lower the bed and make sure the patient is covered, give them their call light. We're going to make sure that any trash is picked up. We're going to wash our hands and document. So lots of things to do on the closing. See how many steps those are, right? So the opening had a lot of steps. The closing has a lot of steps. So those two things alone, just the opening and the closing, makes up remember the opening is green and the closing is red. Take a look at how many checkpoints on this checklist are covered by the opening and the closing. It is half of the skill. So these two things that you're learning, you have now learned half of every skill we're going to learn. Good? Somebody? Question?
I forgot it.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so good? Questions? Man, I am really late. Okay, so now we're going to learn hand washing, and I'm going to have to do this super fast. So page 44 tells you your steps. It also shows you the checklist for hand washing. Okay, so I'm giving you the checklist. Step-by-step instructions located on page 45. So this is my peanut butter and jelly telling you how to do it. But let's talk about warm, dark, moist. So pathogens need a very specific environment. They need an environment that's warm, dark, and moist. Bathrooms are usually a little bit warmer because we don't like to be chilled when we get out of the shower. Bathrooms are usually dark because we turn the light off when we leave. And they have multiple water sources. So bathrooms are the ideal breeding environment for pathogens. And it happens to be where we go to wash our hands. So there's a problem there. Remember that, let's go through this. So all of these steps are reflected on the checklist. You can see that in the page. You can see how the steps and the checklist go together. So these are the areas that are frequently missed, and we want to pay attention to these areas when we're washing our hands. I put this graphic up so you could kind of see. You want to pay attention to these areas when you're washing your hands so that we're getting them clean. Most people concentrate on the palms of their hands, and that's pretty much it. But there's more to your hands than that, and we don't want to bring more pathogens to our patients. So the first thing we're going to do is turn our water on. Our faucet handles are not clean, but our hands aren't either. So we can touch the faucet to turn it on. That's not a problem. We're going to wash those germs right down the drain. It's fine. We're going to wet our hands before we put soap on. That allows the soap to spread evenly. And when we put soap on, we want to get a lot of soap because bubbles count. We heard that earlier today. Bubbles count. Then we're going to rub for no less than 20 seconds. And this is all areas. You want to keep your hands lower than your elbows and your hands over the sink as you're cleaning. That way anything that drops is not dropping in the environment. And we want to wash our wrists, in between our fingers, both front and back, in between the thumb and index finger, this webbing, and the bottom of our hand by the pinky. These areas, you can see here, are the ones that are missed most frequently. So they're looking for that on the test. They want to make sure that you're getting those areas. And remember, this has to last at least 20 seconds, at least, no less. More is fine, no less. But you've got to rub with friction, creating a lather for at least 20 seconds, and then we're going to move on to our nails. So we're going to take our thumb and slide them down each one of our nails, and then circle our nails on the palm of our hand before we rinse. Important, when you rinse, don't touch anything but the water. You don't want to touch the sink, the faucet, anything, because that's going to recontaminate your hands. Remember, those areas aren't clean. This is the hardest part of hand washing. You don't want to shake or flick because remember, we want to keep our water in the sink. We don't want it in our area. So we're going to tap our hands to keep the water safely in the sink. And then we're going to dry. Don't turn your faucet off yet because your hands are clean. Your faucet is not. And we don't want to use a wet paper towel because wet paper towels can rip. Okay, so we're going to dry our hands, throw those away, and then we'll get a clean dry paper towel to turn that faucet off. Okay, so each of these steps is on the checklist. So let me show you the video for this. It takes about a minute. We're going to run about 5 minutes late. I'm so sorry. Bear with me. Bear with me. Which one?
When you approach the sink, you can touch the faucet with your unclean hands because the faucet is considered the dirtiest object in the bathroom. Adjust the water temperature for comfort and wet your hands. Apply soap and rub all surfaces of your hands vigorously, focusing on the front and back of your hands and in between all fingers. Circle the top of your wrists as well. Friction is the key to removing all pathogens from the surface of your skin. Friction should be applied for at least 20 seconds to be effective. After washing with friction, the nails must be cleaned. Run one thumb down the length of each nail, starting at the cuticle and moving toward the end of the nail. Repeat with all fingers of both hands. Then clean under your nails by scrubbing the underside of your nails along your palm to remove debris. Carefully rinse your hands under the stream of water with your fingertips pointing downwards, taking care not to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet. Tap your fingers together to ensure that all water droplets remain in the sink. Take paper towels from the paper towel dispenser and dry all surfaces of your hands, the front, back, between your fingers, and your wrists, taking care not to allow the paper towels to touch the unwashed areas of your lower arms. Throw these paper towels directly into the trash bin. Finally, take a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off, because wet paper towels may rip and recontaminate your hands.
All right. Yes.
Sorry, I forgot. I don't know my brain.
That's okay. If you remember when you get home, just write it down and bring it to class on Wednesday. So let's go through these steps really quickly. This is from the online program. You can see at the top, you can see the care plan if you click that button where it says care plan. And if you click the one that says checklist, it'll actually show you the checklist from the state exam. And so what's our first step here? Turn water on. What's our next step? Wet hands. Apply soap. Lather all surfaces.
Rub, rinse off at least 20 seconds.
Okay, rub for at least 20 seconds.
Dry hands and throw away. Oh no, rinse all surfaces.
Rinse, okay.
Turn off. Oh wait, dry hands.
Dry hands and then turn off the faucet. And we got our gold star. Good job. All right, so for the test, you are going to physically wash your hands for your first skill. At the beginning and the end of the first skill, you're going to physically go to the sink, do this whole thing for real. After the first skill, you're going to be told to simulate. Simulate means say. So you won't have to go to the sink. You won't have to pantomime, nothing like that. You would just say, I would wash my hands here. It's a way to cut time for the test. Don't simulate until they tell you to. We'll go over that more later. Indirect care, you can read page 28 on your own at home, but basically treat the patient as if you were the patient. Okay? Make sure you're talking to them, covering them, treating them with dignity and respect. So imagine what life would be like if you were in the patient's position and treat them accordingly. All of those checklists that are on the yellow things include indirect care, and indirect care is how we treat the patient. Our eye contact, tone of voice, rate of speech, facial expression, body language, explanations, posture, and attitude all come through indirect care. Remember your homework. You're going to read chapter 1 in the yellow book, take the test on page 181 of the white book, and grade it before you come back to class. I have passed out review sheets. I know you guys still need them. They're printing. And you're going to get an email, wrap-up email today after class. It's going to give you links to today's live stream that you can review, along with videos and some other helpful information. I also passed out the CPR flyer. I have a class this Saturday at 9 a.m. I will have another one the last Monday of your class. If you take the CPR while you're enrolled before graduation, so you have two options, Saturday or the final Monday, your cost is only $45. If you wait until after graduation, it's $55. Okay. It's 4 hours.
I was gonna say it's a 4 hour.
It's 4 hours. Yep.
Do you have to be CPR certified to be a CNA?
Not for the class, not for the test, but most employers will require it. Yeah.
So after the 4 hours, like
You get certified that day. Yep, you get your card that day.
Do we have to sign up before?
You
or
don't.
just,
It's right now. I just whoever shows up, I teach. I don't do any pre-registration for it. Eventually, I will, but I'm just not there yet. I don't have a process in place yet.
So the payments the day of.
Day of.
Okay.
$45 if you do it before graduation. $55 if you do it after. Okay. I try to give you guys as many discounts as I can while you're enrolled.
It says the whole scrubs.
Yep, you get 50% off any 2 scrub items if you take the CPR class. You get a coupon for that. And if I get 5 or more people in class at the same time, I give a $50 gift card for next door as well. So, any questions? Yeah, still waiting on the paper. Follow us on social media. I do. I have a question of the day that Caitlin posts in a couple of my social medias. So that will help you with the written test, kind of give you an example of what the questions are going to be like. It has the answers and the feedback on there. I also do a game show. We'll be talking about that on Wednesday because my game show is coming up next Tuesday. I do it twice a month. I have a game show where I give out prizes. It's on YouTube. It's really, really cool, but it's 15 test-like questions, and you compete for prizes. First 3 places get prizes, and people compete from all over the country, actually the world. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, let me just pass these out, and then you guys are all free to fly. Does anybody have any questions for me? Korea? Yes. Where's Korea? I'm right here. Can you verify your that your name is spelled correctly and your email? If so, put OK. And then Lori also needs to do that.
So you're saying 9 a.m. Saturday is
In this room. 9 a.m. on Saturday if you want to attend. We'll go over it again on Wednesday. I know I'm rushing. Nope. Don't need to bring anything. Pay Saturday. Yep. 9 to 1. Just like here. Can you pass that down for me? Those are the review sheets. You're welcome. You do not have to turn those in. Those are just for you. They are just for you. You're welcome. I know I go over a lot of information. So it's a way of kind of summing it all up. Did I go too fast for anybody? Is anybody lost? That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
This isn't the connected one that you're talking about.
No, that's fine. Let me see it real quick. You got because I don't sell the connected ones.
No worries. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. Yes, yes.
He graduated on the 15th and then he cut his hair.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I do remember.
Yeah.
I forgot it at first, like I always do, but that's a 7.
Can you just write it below? Because I'm gonna give it to Caitlin and she's gonna put it in.
Yes, that is.
Yeah. Just tell him, or just remind me when I get over there to tell him. Oh, you're welcome. Did you like it? Oh, thanks. Did you like it? Was it what you were expecting? Oh, good. Good. You've got an hour before your shift starts. Oh, you're off today. That's right. Oh, okay. Yeah, then don't worry about it. I'll remember to tell Jake. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks. She works for me. She works at the store.
I feel like all these people work together. Where am I at?
Yeah, no, she works at the store.
I work at an ALF in Citrus Park, so I'm going to Citrus Park from here.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I
Wow.
work for still recording.
Oh, oops.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah. Oops.
Okay, I'll be here Wednesday. I think I'll be here Saturday.
Okay, awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
Like-
I took off of work on Monday and Wednesday so I could be here, but I'm gonna be like Saturday.
Yeah, no, because it's needed, and it's only $10 cheaper. But that's
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 $10
$10
cheaper,
cheaper.
and you get to
$10
have it